Hey, Cindy, your mic is on.
I need to get a profile picture that's a little more lovable, I think. I see Keith. Looks like we've got most of the gang here. So we're back into our public meeting. We've concluded our executive session. We will be re-entering executive session at around 10:15 or 10:20 to continue um, discussions. But for right now, we'll open to public comment. Do we have any public comment? I don't see anything on Facebook. George, you? Nope. Okay. Well, hearing no public comment, we'll now move into the consent agenda. Consideration of approval, number one, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number two, consideration of approval of the September 29th, 2020 meeting minutes, BOCC meeting minutes. Number three, consideration of approval of the State of Colorado intergovernmental agreement between Clear Creek County and CDOT for the Peaks to Plains Trail. Number four, consideration of approval of agreement for professional services for project engineering, construction management, and field lab testing, owner's rep services with Ye and Associates. Number five, consideration of approval of Cigna application for amended group coverage in terms of conversion from level funding to graded funding arrangement. Number six, consideration of approval of 401A and 457B participation agreements and retirement plans, 401A and 457B policy. Number seven, consideration of approval of September 22nd Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Number eight, consideration of approval of August 26th, 2020 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Do we have any items that should be pulled for discussion?
Can we take out number 6, the discussion about CRA?
I kind of thought that might happen.
It won't be. It shouldn't be long.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm all right with that. Otherwise, George?
I don't have anything. So
Have a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 6.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So
let's move to a discussion of number 6.
Yeah, and it seems like this was sort of a technical thing that was put in place, moving from CCO ERA to CRA. The thing I'm wondering about, and this isn't necessarily directed at UK, it's more of a policy question, but I appreciate the fact that we reward loyalty and we increase the match from 4% to 6%. The question I have is, are we doing so at the right timeline? And what we're doing right now is we don't, employees aren't entitled to that extra benefit until they have put in 15 years of service, which to me is a very long time. It's like 3 careers for most people or even more. And I'm wondering what would the financial impact be of making it a different number? And I don't really have any energy around a specific number, but most companies, that number looks more like 5 years instead of 15 years. And the whole idea is to align our interests and to keep the best employees. And if somebody stayed around for 15 years, it's probably not because they're waiting for that 2% extra. So I don't know that we're going to solve that right now, but I think that's something I'd like to talk about a little bit more before we approve it.
Yeah,
maybe talk about it at another time, or do a little research and come back.
I could certainly research the costs of what that would be if we moved it up to 5 years. Yes, 15 years has been in place for quite some time, but that doesn't mean that it can't change.
I don't know.
Kate, do we have to do this now? Because we can always revisit this thing and change it.
Honestly, it's probably a good idea to get this done as soon as possible with the name change piece so that that's in place. Yes, we can certainly come back and revisit this and change the 15-year piece to 5 years.
Or 7 or 10.
Right after we get done, maybe a couple of weeks.
Well, yeah, I'd kind of, we could do a different, when you say as soon as possible, this should be approved, does a week from now make a difference?
I would suggest that you approve this and then take the time to study the question because it's a good one. But I think it is a good question, but let's do it right and let's take the time to do it right. So let's just approve this and get it out of the way. And it was useful to remind us to ask this question. But we can change this particular participation agreement whenever we want to change a policy.
Okay, but I just, so how long do you, and I'm not suggesting that we don't approve it today, but Kate, how long do you think it will take? Because one thing I would like to do is I think it's a great question. I think we should address it. And I just don't want it to fall on the pile of stuff that we say, hey, whatever happened, in April or something like that. And I don't think Kate would do that. That's not her style. But how long do you think it would take to come back with that fiscal impact of changing it to 5 years?
Maybe 2 weeks at the most.
Okay. Let's just make sure
By
we
the
get
end of the year, I would be happy.
What's that? Yeah.
And by the end of the year, I would be totally satisfied.
That's great. So just trying to put a little enthusiasm behind it. That's all. That I'm as interested as well. I think 15 years is unrealistic in today's world. Okay. So that said, any further discussion, or do we have a motion?
I move we approve the 401A and 457B participation agreements and retirement plans, 401A and 457 policy.
I second, and I look forward to talking about the policy in the next few weeks.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Now we have one item of discussion for work session. And who's presenting that one before we can go back into executive session?
Brent is going to present that. So Brent, there you are. Brent and Cindy.
Yeah, this is a follow-up on a discussion the board had 2 weeks ago at the last budget presentation. And it's regarding some thoughts that board members had about possibly establishing a transfer from the general fund into the social services fund in order to provide programs for family and individuals in need. So I don't have anything prepared for a presentation. I see it just as a discussion among the board members to determine the feasibility and viability of such a transfer. But I would like to ask Bob to begin this if he has finished his legal analysis regarding the legality of performing such a transfer.
I don't think you can do such a transfer. I think, as I understand it, it's kind of for public assistance, and the law is very explicit that you can't appropriate from the general fund for public welfare. And I think because there's another section of law that provides for public assistance programs, I think what you have to do is fund those through the social services fund, which has its own mill levy. And so what I think you'd have to do is adjust a mill levy for the social services fund. However, the law on the social services fund says that the money from the mill levy is only for social services. So I don't think you could transfer it back. Now, I perceive that there's no shortage of need for social services, so you would eventually use it. But I don't think you can be doing these interfund transfers.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, you don't think it could be transferred back. You also don't think we can transfer from the general fund to the social services fund with the intent to use that for cash assistance.
Right.
So we could make a transfer if we had some other intent. Is that?
I'm not sure. Because I don't know that the social services fund is for a purpose that falls outside the restriction.
Okay, well, that's satisfactory to me. If we're not able to do it legally, then I'm not going to advocate we do it.
Well, can I just interject something? When we're talking about the dollars that are spent on food, on other services that are required for the general well-being of the citizens of our community, some of those categories of funding, regardless of what the budget is, are funded at dollar for what is spent. And that includes food assistance. And so what other category were you looking at that you were concerned about?
In terms of potential human services needs? Things like housing, utilities, food access. I can't remember what else we put into the CARES funded program, but those are kind of the highlights. Transportation. Right.
Okay. So food and the utilities, of course, are funded through LEAP, and the LEAP finances, the dollars available, I think, have been increased. But Brent and I can sit and go through these line item by line item and see what we can possibly do and whether there is another funding source that has come up that is going to be applicable simply because of COVID. And I'm happy to do that with Brent. And then we could get back with you and let you know where we know money is coming from. Would that be helpful?
I mean, I think it's something that we need to understand moving into 2021. Sure. I don't know how that would affect a budget decision.
Okay.
So I don't know that it's, urgent along the timelines of the budget.
Okay. Well, just whatever you think would be helpful, I'm happy to do.
It sounds like the cash assistance project is back to the drawing board. So. Okay.
One quick thing that I know I bring this up here now and then. I know there's need in the community. I know there's state programs and federal programs. I know we have grant money at the Grand Foundation for rent assistance. I think there's another pool of $50,000 somewhere. At some point, I would like to be presented to as the Board of County Commissioners in terms of what are the results? Who do we give the money to? How much is left? What did we learn? All that kind of good stuff.
Okay. So, okay, we will get started on that then, and inquire as far as the funds at the Grand County are concerned, and the other pieces of the pie that we know of, from CARES all the way down, and we'll try to get that to you ASAP.
Okay. So it looks like it's time for us to move back into executive session to complete the conversation we were having earlier. So I'd like to I move that we move into executive session for the following purpose. Bob? You're muted again.
Yes, when you see that, tell me the bottom left corner. That's what I don't quite remember. Discussion of personnel matters, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or the discussions of personnel policies generally pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub F.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Quick question, will we be using the link that we used before?
I think not. I think Bob is sending us a new link.
Okay,
Yeah, give me a couple minutes.
all right.
Okay. So we will now move into executive session, and no written minutes will be kept of that session. And we are due to be back here, for anyone listening and not looking at the agenda, by 11 o'clock for the COVID-19 update. See you on the other side.
Hello.
Hey, Bob, you're still on the public meeting. There you go.
Hey, Beth, Rick, and Suzanne.
Hello.
Hey, Doc, how are you?
I'm getting better every day.
You know, about another month and a half on that beard, buddy. We'll start calling you Santa.
Right? November through March, I grow it.
Okay.
It's about $60 in savings on razors. It used to be black until I got married and had kids, and then I don't know what happened.
Yep, I know how that goes.
Right, you don't know what happened.
I think it's a constant exposure to estrogen in my home. I think it's having a coloring effect.
I think it's kids in general.
Yeah.
Craig Abrahamson said he calls it his winter fur.
Exactly. Hmm. Hey, Beth, can I, instead of sharing a screen, sharing a single view of my screen, can I do a presentation where I have like 3 slides in a row?
Yes, yes, you should be able to click on share screen and um, project your slides.
Okay. And you got that document earlier I sent?
Yeah, I sent that to the commissioners and Keith and Bob and Brent.
Okay.
And Suzanne and Rick, I think.
Thank you much.
Uh-huh.
Hey, do we have tomorrow off? Technically?
Yes.
Technically.
Yeah. I
Just
know
wondering.
all the
And Thursday for me.
slacker.
Right.
Hey, Rick, do you know if Idaho Springs City Council passed the measure last night around
I have-
enforcement?
I have not heard. I knew they were working on something, but I haven't heard if they passed anything yet or not.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't. I was presenting on that, and I never got any confirmation what happened.
Yeah, I haven't heard this morning.
Okay. Oh, Jonathan Kane said they did pass it. Thanks, Jonathan.
That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah. I'll add that to my updates today.
Yeah. I wonder if Georgetown Empire gonna follow suit or just go with state charges.
Beth, this delay isn't going to eat into the 20 minutes I've been allotted, has it?
I'll concede some of my time on the fire ban if need be.
Yeah. I got notice that they were already out. So I'm surprised they're not here.
Are they in the participants list?
No, I've got the attendee list up. I've been kind of watching that.
Hey, Carl, what's up? Oh, okay. Oh, no, no, no.
Howdy, Randy.
Good. We're all just like diving back across the wall onto this side, charging through the door back into this room.
Welcome to the other side.
Feels like the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, the last 8 months, I would say, fall in that category.
Okay, so we are now ready. I think I'm looking for George still. Hang on. Sorry, we're running a few minutes late. George Marlin, there he is. Okay, let's begin our COVID update. Tim, Suzanne.
Good morning, everybody. We have adopted a new format that we will be following henceforth. Outlined here in the screen I'm going to share. Can everyone see that? So we are going to follow this format moving forward. I'm going to look at some national trends and some data, and then state data and local data. We've followed this, but it's a little more organized now than it has been typically in the past. A little easier to follow. So across the United States, we have now crossed the 10 million plus threshold of confirmed cases. The case rate across the country, the number of new cases has dramatically increased over the past several weeks, 34% in the last week alone. The number of new cases has exceeded now 100,000 each day, with I think the record was 138,000 in a single day. We're still above that 100,000. Some estimates suggest that, and if you recall, it was just a few weeks ago that we were at 50,000 cases a day. We've literally doubled in 3-4 weeks. Current estimates that I've seen suggest that we could easily double that again here in the coming weeks as we approach particularly Thanksgiving. 43 states across the country are currently experiencing record number of cases. Utah, one of our closest neighbors, as of 2 days ago, I believe, declared a state of emergency as their hospitals have reached capacity and are finally have passed a state mask mandate. Hospitalizations across the country have also significantly increased, with 59,000 admitted on Monday alone for COVID. Some states, Utah is the example, are either reaching or have reached their maximum capacity as far as hospitalizations. The fatalities we're seeing now are really what was hospitalizations 2 weeks ago and cases 3 weeks ago. So we can anticipate fatalities following along the hospitalization trend moving forward in the coming 2 to 3 weeks or longer. Currently, there's 238,000 plus Americans who are dead, and that rate is increasing weekly. As I said, projections suggest an increase in fatalities in the coming weeks to follow in line with hospitalizations. Countrywide, our test positivity rate is 8%. Some of the major contributing factors to the spread are roughly 50% of the country does not believe in science or the need for a mask, and now social gatherings, because COVID is so ubiquitous throughout the community. It doesn't take very much actually to spread the virus. Here more locally in Colorado, we're seeing a similar trend. I've shown you the graph week after week now. It has not changed. It's going straight up. The current number of daily cases has continued to set a new record high with each day, now in excess of 3,200 plus cases per day. The 2-week cumulative incident rate, which I mention often for Clear Creek County specifically, is at 410 per 100,000. That puts the entire state in the what we call the red zone now, is indicated by the dial on CDPHE's website. That threshold of 350 per 100,000 is what gets you into the red zone. So clearly we are beyond that. Hospitalizations, again, significant increases across the state, and current projections as of half an hour ago, what I just heard from the state, suggests significant increases continuing in the coming weeks, with potential max capacity reached by mid to late December, depending in large part what happens over Thanksgiving in the weeks that follow. The state test positivity rate is currently 12%, more than double what it was 2 weeks ago. So you see where this is headed. Major contributing factors to the spread within Colorado are, again, lack of mask wearing, although less so here in Colorado than nationally speaking. Social gatherings, bars in particular, and private gatherings in homes, again, because it is so ubiquitous now, it's 1 in less than 100 Coloradans are actively infected. So it doesn't really take a whole lot to spread it. And then travel. We're still seeing cases where individuals are traveling outside of the state for vacation or for business, for whatever, and coming back in, and or family coming to visit. The statewide updates based on epidemiological modeling, I will show you in a minute. And the Clear Creek trend is similar to what we're seeing statewide and nationally. So our case count in the last 7 days, we've experienced 18 cases, new cases in the last 7 days, 37 total in the last 2 weeks, and a total now of 110 to date. Our hospitalization has doubled in the last 2 weeks. We are now at 6 individuals. And our 2-week cumulative incident rate is now at 380 per 100,000, putting us well into the red, where the threshold would be 350. Our test positivity rate is now at 7.68%, a significant jump from just weeks ago. Major contributing factors to the spread, same here, social gatherings, travel, and lack of mask wearing within our community. Testing updates. We are testing 3 times a week in various locations, which are all on our website. We are now solely using the curative test. As I stated last week, we received an additional 1,000 tests. So we now have an excess of 1,100 or 1,200 on any given day of tests, and we can order those at will. So, and we are continuing to see that 48-hour turnaround time, which is absolutely fantastic. and allows our nurses time to actually enact and do something based on a positive case. Starting next Monday, we will be testing the middle school and high school teachers at large, Monday morning and Friday morning. Trying to identify individuals who are positive before they become either asymptomatic, and or those who are asymptomatic, we can identify them as quickly as possible. Although we have not yet had a case in the high school or middle school that has been brought in by a staff member, we want to just add one more level of safety and knowledge based on what's going on there. The school system is making education, as you might imagine, a #1 priority. And as a Department of Health, we are going to help them make that as best they can and live up to that commitment they've made to the students to keep them in school. Areas of concern or general update. As you are probably all well aware, as of this Friday at 6 a.m., we will be moving to level orange. It's what was previously level 3. The restrictions are up on our website, also on CDPHE's website. We sent out via Facebook and email to almost everyone in the state or in the county as far as businesses are concerned in terms of what impact it would have on their business. The next level, I've been asked this several times over the last several days, the next level beyond that is red. That is stay at home. It's where our county closes. For the most part, businesses have to close and people need to stay home. We are technically in that right now based on our 2-week cumulative incident rate at 380, where 350 is the threshold. The vast majority of counties in this state now are either in orange and or red. The politics of going to red statewide, I'm not going to get into. The governor isn't going to move in that direction at this point. Vaccine update. I just got the most up-to-date information the state has minutes ago. As you may or may not have heard on the news, Pfizer shared the other day that their vaccine is 90% effective. This is very promising. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. This is very promising. There are some questions that I have, generally speaking, around that in terms of one, it was only a small sample of the total 30 or 40,000 individuals they have sampled or have vaccinated. It was only 100 individuals. So whether that efficacy level stays at 90 plus or goes down remains to be seen. The other question around it is, does it only impact asymptomatic and or mildly symptomatic individuals? Are individuals still going to get it and have severe consequences of it, significant morbidity and or mortality? We don't really know yet in terms of the numbers. As far as the logistics around vaccine, this is as best of knowledge as the state has right now. They've been informed that the first vaccine they're likely to receive is the Pfizer vaccine. The second likely being the Moderna vaccine. There are logistical challenges, to say the least, with the Pfizer vaccine. It has to be kept at -80 degrees. That is extremely cold, and in order to maintain that and maintain the stability of the vaccine, it's going to require a lot of logistics. The current thought is that the CDC is going to be letting everybody know, the states, once the FDA approves it, what sort of the distribution is going to be. The current notion is that it's going to be based on population size. So Colorado has roughly 1.3% of the total US population. So of the 20 million plus vaccines that Pfizer is actively currently making, we might receive about 1.3%. If you do the math off the top of your head, it's roughly 312,000 or so. The current plan is to distribute that first number to the first responders and the medical apparatus that is in the state, which pretty much 300,000 would just cover those individuals. Fire, police, EMS, et cetera, doctors. And then we would be receiving that similar amount month after month. The current estimate is the earliest we could possibly, the state would receive that is the end of December, beginning of January. By the time the state distributes it out to the counties, it would be a week or so after that. And then it would be distributed to the individuals based on that. So the general population isn't going to see a vaccine until probably mid to late winter at the very earliest in our current estimates. Any questions thus far? Randy?
Yeah, I see a question in the chat line, and I think I'm going to try to tackle it really quick. Craig Abrahamson says the state already has Clear Creek at Orange. I think there is, first of all, our overall status, which is our official status with the state. We are moving to Orange on Friday, the 13th, as an official status, which affects our capacities in restaurants and bars and so forth. So that's when we actually become Orange officially, but then there's our actual condition. And yeah, if you look at our levels, if you look at the levels, when you go onto the map and click on us, you find that they show up as Orange based on the mathematics of the disease here. And I believe that's the distinction, because I've seen people confuse those two relative ways to describe our level in the past. Is that correct, Tim?
That is correct, Randy. I think the only important thing you have to think about from the broader community's perspective is what designation we get based on information that you receive from the broader group here, not what you see on the website or what color coding may or may not appear on any given day. That changes and sometimes isn't up to date. Know now that we are technically in yellow and moving to orange, to your point, on Friday the 13th at 6 a.m. And we'll remain in orange at a minimum for 2 weeks. And hopefully in those 2 weeks, we can bring our numbers down and move in the other direction. If not, we're going to start to have that discussion with CDPHE about moving us to a red.
Thank you.
The only other update I had before I get to the slides is yesterday evening, Idaho Springs passed a city ordinance allowing them to enforce now their own mask mandate so that they can do that more locally and help bolster the county's efforts to enforce the mask mandate from a business perspective, which is absolutely fantastic news. And I applaud the effort by Idaho Springs and the city council to help us enforce some of the more egregious business violations that we see. I just want to show you a couple quick slides really depicting what I have subsequently described. Can you see that now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the state of Colorado. As you see, this chart looks exactly the same as the one I've shown in previous. It continues to go up exponentially is the word that has been used readily to describe what we're seeing here in Colorado. And here in kind is hospitalizations, number of COVID-19 positive patients currently hospitalized in the state of Colorado. And as you see, this trend line is following what we saw in cases. It's about a 2 to 3 week lag from that increase in cases, but here it is nonetheless. And then here is a depiction of our 7-day average positivity rate in the state. And as you see, it's gone up 4%, 5%, 7%, 9%. The real fear is that once it gets this out of control and this prevalent out in the community, it is very, very, very difficult to stop in a meaningful way and in a quick way. It is so prevalent that it doesn't really take much interaction at all, just among a handful of friends and the likes to start spreading that. And that's what we're really seeing now across the county and across the state. Any additional questions? I know there was some chatter about clinical trials and what's really involved, and I could give an entire seminar on clinical trials and get into the weeds as much as you want, but I'm happy to answer any basic questions at this point. I will say, as far as this, because I think it's really important to have community understanding and buy-in of vaccines. There are many things in place to prevent any sort of outside interference from non-scientists in the process. The first and foremost is with each of these vaccines, Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, et cetera, they have what's called an external analytic board or advisory board. It's that group that's actually looking at the initial data. In this case, Pfizer does not have access to that data until that board gives Pfizer that data. So that's sort of the first measure in place to help prevent any sort of outside interference. The second is once they give that data to, in this case, Pfizer as an example, Pfizer itself will do the same analysis that the independent review board did and likely, hopefully, find the same results. They will then subsequently submit it to the FDA, the federal government, the FDA. They too have a professional group that will analyze the data and look at it in the very same way and cut it up in many pieces and analyze it to death, basically. Once that happens, the FDA will then send it to the CDC. The CDC will then review it in the exact same way that those previous boards did. It's only then when all of those sort of apparatus and different independent groups agree, the FDA will then approve, and in this case, it would be an emergency use authorization or EAU, that they would then be able to distribute it. All of these companies are simultaneously manufacturing as we speak the vaccine. Johnson & Johnson and Moderna and Pfizer and the likes are all actively manufacturing the vaccine now, which is almost never the case in normal times. It's an incredible financial gamble for those companies to manufacture to that level, 20 million doses a month, a vaccine that they, one, don't necessarily understand the efficacy yet fully and or have approval for distribution. So they're sort of putting the cart before the horse, or the cart and the horse are going along, I guess, side by side at the same time, to use that analogy. So that's where we are as far as vaccines are concerned. Any questions?
I think, we're all a little discouraged from all the bad news we're hearing. I think there's a little bit of good news, which is my understanding, reading the Wall Street Journal and some other sources, is that in the March and April wave, if you were hospitalized, you had something like only an 80% chance of going back to your family, and that number was more like 95 now.
That's true, Sean. There is a flip side to that reality, though. The reason for that, as you might know, is the medical apparatus in this country is getting much, much better at managing patients than they did in the beginning, first and foremost. The second is the age group that's now getting hospitalized compared to back in March and April. It was predominantly elderly, 65 plus then, a fair bit younger than it is now, or it is younger now than it was then. The flip side of that is, back then we had, if you recall, hotspots. New York, for instance, had a hotspot. So states were able to send dozens and dozens and dozens of doctors and nurses from other states that weren't having hotspots to help out in New York and to help out in other states. That reality no longer exists. Every state is sort of fending for themselves now, and there is no excess capacity anywhere in the country that we're able to send supplies and or staff to other places. That hopefully we can maintain that level, and I'm trying to really end on a positive note. Hopefully we can maintain that level, but if the medical infrastructure is overwhelmed, that will burst. And when that bursts, we will see fatalities, the likes of which we have not yet seen because of the model or because of the reality on the ground. So when you have so many hotspots now, both across our state and across the country, it's putting stressors on our system that we didn't see in March and April that may now come to fruition in December and in January. I and all of my peers hope that doesn't happen, and we're trying our darndest to make sure it doesn't, but we also want to plan for the worst and hope for the best is really how we try to do it in public health. So understanding that reality, it's not a scare tactic, it's what could happen, and you should really be prepared for it, because if you're not, it's going to be much worse than if you were prepared for it. So, but no, the vaccine and the news out of Pfizer is great news. I hope that it maintains that level of efficacy, and I hope that Moderna and the others maintain that level of efficacy. And more importantly, I hope that it reduces the overall excess morbidity and mortality related to COVID. We need a win.
Yeah, we do. I think one of the things that's a little difficult too is what's scary about the positivity looking at it now is that it's easy to look back at March and April and say, look how high the positivity was. But at that time, it seemed like weren't we short tests? And so we were only using it pretty much for the symptomatic for the most part. And then once we get into more elective tests and we start to get a more true random sampling. And so it's kind of apples and oranges trying to compare today's positivity to that of March and April. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, Randy. I mean, just as an example, Larimer County had a total of 1,200 tests available to them. So they weren't really testing much of anybody there. They were only testing tier 1 individuals. So it is an apples to apples, and really the beginning of the pandemic in February, March, April, and trying to compare that to now, a lot of the statistics, it's not really possible. Our data gathering at the onset was rather poor, to put it politely. It's much greater improvement now in terms of number of tests being done and that sort of thing. But if you look at any of the states around us, Wyoming, their test positivity rate went from less than 5% to 40+%. South Dakota, same thing, less than 5% to now 50+%. And it doesn't really take, as we have seen in spades in the last 3 weeks, it doesn't take much to double or triple or quadruple your test positivity rate, literally within weeks. And it's one of those things that it's already hit you in the face before you know it happened. It happens that quickly. So it's really about reading the tea leaves. It's a little more scientific than that, but it's about understanding patterns and trends and what you're seeing and what we know can happen. This virus has incredible potential in terms of spread, and we're seeing that right now in spades. It has the ability to go from a couple hundred to tens of thousands in a very short period of time. So
great.
I just want to make a shameless plug for our town hall on Thursday evening at 6 o'clock. We will be doing our second town hall, our second monthly, and we'll be doing these each month. Similarly, providing an update like this, but also for the most part, answering questions from the broader community and trying to give them, a sense of what's going on, but how best to deal with it and what they need to do. I'd also take this opportunity to ask that people have no social gatherings. Think about alternative plans for Thanksgiving and that sort of thing. With as much virus is out there in our community alone, having even your family members who don't live in your household is a tremendous risk. Spending several hours with them in your home unmasked presents a significant increase in the potential for you to get COVID.
One thing I would add on top of that is you can meet with your family members using something like Zoom, right? I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't have any social interaction. It just needs, we need to change the way that we look at it.
That's a
exactly, Sean. And the upside is if you're done talking to them or you no longer want to talk to them, you just hit leave. It eliminates family feuds and that sort of thing as well. Strongly encourage it.
Yeah, you can't reach out and grab them by the collar. So. Well, no, that's a great comment, Sean. We went to that early on in our family. We haven't done it in a while, and it reminds me we need to do that, get back into more of it. It kind of reduces the feeling of isolation a little bit, breath of fresh air. Well, it is 11:29. We did have originally, and I see it's gone off this agenda, and I don't really think, I'll just give it 30 seconds. We did have an item on here about the fire ban. Basically, the U.S. Forest Service with this snow finally feel safe enough to pull back. They're pulling back from a stage 3 to a stage 2. And Rick was pulling us back from a stage 2 to a stage 1, which still precludes recreational shooting and fires. Being in the woods, camping in the woods, all that stuff is now legal as long as you're not creating fires in an uncontrolled environment anywhere or at all. And hunting is allowed again. And I believe that went into effect at 6 o'clock this morning. So that's the update there. And Rick, do you have anything else to add to that?
I got one more. I don't know if you guys need to discuss it. Carl called me about Guanilla Pass, opening Guanilla Pass. I would not recommend it with the snow that we got and the wind that we're getting today. There's about 1.5 feet of snow up there. And with this wind today, it's going to be probably 6 foot in some depths up there. And people have walked on it, treaded on it. They're going to have to take some heavy duty equipment up there to even get it open. So my recommendation would be to keep it closed, but that's up to you guys. I just want to let you know.
You're talking about close for the season, Rick?
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't this within a week or two of our average? I know it varies according to weather conditions when the snow comes in and starts drifting. That's generally around mid-November to end of November anyway, isn't it?
I think I've heard Carl say it's after Thanksgiving.
Monday
The
after
first Friday.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah. So we'd be 2-3 weeks early.
So we'd have to send equipment up to clear the road at this point.
Yeah.
Even reopen it.
Probably 2 or 3 trucks, 4 or 5 manpower. I think Carl's on here somewhere, but I'm recommending that we don't open it. It's just we've already gotten some avalanches, not here, but Independence Pass had an avalanche. If we could deter some of that type of activity, we're going to get pounded this winter anyways, but that's a whole nother subject.
Corinne asked the question, county and municipal public lands have reopened, correct? I mean, we haven't officially gotten to that place, but I think that's our public lands, HDPLC, the pertinent HDPLC lands were closed by those operators. Open space closed their lands, had closed their lands, and then CPW has opened up some of their lands already back up. And Denver Mountain Parks, we haven't heard from, but we need to move on with contacting all those folks. But generally, we're not in that same position we were in. The Forest Service feels it's safe, and those are the people whose lead we followed on this one.
Yeah, they have the experts in that field there. Carl, did you have anything to add to what I mentioned or anything?
I have talked with Park County and with the Forest Service local folks, and I think at this point everybody's fine with that decision if we decide to close it. I think we're 20 days earlier of where we would have been otherwise.
But you're saying the consensus is to remain closed? Is that what?
Yes. Yep.
I have one very, very brief piece of information is that the Charlie's Place, the Clear Creek County and Gilpin County Animal Shelter is currently closed to the public. And if people need assistance, they can call the non-emergency dispatch number for Clear Creek County. That's due to some investigation and cleaning procedures related to COVID. Animals are being taken care of. If you need emergency assistance, call the non-emergency dispatch line. Thanks.
Can we state that number for people who are listening?
Sure, it's 303-679-2393.
I see before we go off into our iconology presentation here, I want to just make sure we wrap up any loose ends. I see a question from Craig Abrahamson. Dr. Ryan, can you verify that your view of Georgetown Christmas market remains the same given our orange status? And
we'll have to see what's coming in the next several weeks. At current levels, given, as I've stated before, given that the vast majority or all of the activities take place outside, and I know those folks who have been organizing it have been working with us in terms of spacing and controlling the flow of traffic in terms of number of people in any one spot are pretty good. So we'll have to wait and see in the next week or so what happens in the county. I would love, like everyone else, to see it continue on. And given it is a lower risk activity, meaning it's outside, et cetera, I would hope that it could continue.
okay.
Of note, in reference to that, I believe that Georgetown Board of Selectmen is going to be talking about whether to proceed with that event tonight.
Yeah, and they reached out to me about that.
Okay. With that said, I think we've completed our COVID update and we should move on into our iconergy presentation. So our next item, 11:30 to 12:30. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Suzanne, Rick, everybody. Our 11:30 item is a work session with Iconergy, the firm with whom we have an energy performance contract. They're going to review the energy contract savings and outcomes. Doug Hargrave and I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Natan Simhai?
Natan
Nailed
Simhai.
it. Natan Simhai. Well done, Randy. There he is. Hello, Natan.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. I just wanted to introduce Doug and Natan, and I believe we also have some members of the Colorado Energy Office on the line. As you know, they acted, we did our EPC between about 2016 and 2018. And the CEO, the Colorado Energy Office, acted as our owner's representative, kind of oversaw the whole process, helped us with our consultant Iconergy, made sure we followed all the rules, and also got the anticipated expected results. So Doug Hargrave is president, Natan is super duper engineer, and these guys have been working with me and Zach and Matt Smith and all the other buildings for a long time. 14 different facilities we worked on at the county, including the court swing remodel. So I'll just let them kind of give you a summary of what we did, the outcomes, the deliverables, and what's next. So take it away, guys.
Okay, commissioners, thank you very much for having us this morning. I'm happy to recap this. As Beth said, we've been working with the county since 2015, and I'm going to go quickly through some history on what that process was like, and then we'll also talk about performance contracting in general because it's not a household term, just to make sure you guys know what that is. All that's going to be kind of quick, and then we'll settle into the meat of the presentation, which is really what happened to Clear Creek County and how are those results tracking, and then what are the steps going forward. That's really where I'd like to spend the most time, but I think to make all that meaningful, we have to maybe spend 10, 15 minutes doing some background stuff. Beth already introduced Natan and I, so maybe we'll just in the interest of time, we'll just let that stand. But if the folks from the Energy Office could introduce themselves on the call real quick, just for the commissioner's sake, that would be so helpful.
Hi, thanks, Doug. This is Delynn Southern. I'm a technical specialist and program lead here at the Colorado Energy Office. Work very closely with Doug and his team, as well as communities like Breckenridge, Clear Creek County on their EPC projects. So happy to be here.
Thanks, Delynn.
Hi, this is Jock Tuttle. I'm also a technical specialist here at the Energy Office, working with Delynn and our other colleague, Dylan Clomhouse, to support our energy performance contract program.
Thanks for joining, Jock. So as Beth said, the Energy Office has been with the county throughout this whole time, and they're still here. They're here today, and they're here as you guys go forward with the performance contract. They offer free services throughout, and definitely feel free to tap them anytime you want. They're a great resource. So I think out of the commissioners, Randy might be the only one who's heard some of this before, because he helped me do a presentation a couple years ago up in the mountains. And Beth and Keith in particular, and Bob, I can see you're on the call. This is going to be background that you guys have heard before. So just hang with me here for a few minutes. And if we leave something important out, please, though, pipe in. And questions, if you guys want to ask questions beforehand, I'm good with that. Just as we go, you can put them in the chat box or raise your hand. We'll get to you. I don't want you to feel like you got to hold on to any questions if something's not making sense.
And just for the record, Sean's an electrical engineer. So, so he'll be able to figure out a little of it, I think.
Yeah, he might be able to track just a little bit of this. Excellent. I didn't know that, Sean. Cool. And I apologize if I look down. I've got some notes here. So Natan, can you take it away and start sharing your screen? While Natan's getting that up there, one of the first things we'll do is just kind of cover an agenda. I broke it into really 7 parts. The first part being introduction. Second part is project history and a process. But so far I can't see your screen, Natan. I don't know if anybody else can. Oh, there we go. Ta-da. Thank you, Mr. Natan. Okay. So, yeah, next slide, Natan. So there's our agenda for the day. We're just going to, like I said, breeze through the first parts 2 and 3, and then we'll settle into the meat of it, which is really 4, 5, and 6, and then 7 is a quickie at the end. So onward, if you don't mind. So project history, I just wanted to start all the way back in 2014, even though our work with the county started in 2015. I thought 2 important things happened. One is that Keith joined you guys as county manager, and another one is that Matt Smith joined you as facility manager. They were both huge parts of this project from their respective roles. And the bottom line is that when we got onto the scene in early 2015, a number of capital projects and maintenance projects had been deferred for a period of time for whatever reason. And so that meant that there were a number of utility savings projects that could be developed, and also we could refresh the infrastructure at the facilities that Beth mentioned. So we did look at all the facilities in the county. When it came time to go to contract, a couple of them, the small ones were removed because it just didn't pencil out, and that was fine. But basically we had a chance to look at all the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and control systems throughout all the buildings in the county. A couple other things were hanging out there that created this project. One was the Henderson mine shutdown. That was influencing how the county was communicating with DOLA. And basically, DOLA told the county, don't come to us for small projects. Try and get all these facilities retrofitted as best you can in preparation for the mine shutting down, and come in with one big request. And so the county was originally going out for an audit, what's called a level 1 energy audit in February 2015. But as Natan goes to the next slide, you'll see that through conversations with DOLA and a little conversation with us, that morphed into, let's actually look at doing a performance contract, because we don't want just an energy audit that's going to give us a bunch of ideas. We actually want to do something that is going to create real change and actually implement some of these ideas. So before I get into this, just one bit of housekeeping. I actually can't see anybody anymore except for Beth. So if somebody does have a question, let's put it in the chat box, because I want to make sure we do handle questions. But I no longer can see your faces, which is just a hazard of sharing the screen. So please use the chat box or somehow signal Beth, and Beth can put up her hand because I can still see her. So here in 2015, the county decides to move towards a performance contract. We were selected to do that performance contract. We start the performance contract has 3 phases to it. The first phase is an engineering study called a technical energy audit, or a TEA. And so we started executing the TEA in spring and summer, and we were able to wrap up that report in the fall. And then that enabled the county to turn in their application to DOLA by December 1st. So the December 1st deadline was a driver, and you'll hear later on how that had some impact, nothing really negative, but had some impact about how this project evolved. Next slide. So in 2016, everyone's waiting around for DOLA to tell us if we're going to get funded or not. Keith made probably the best presentation I've ever seen in front of the DOLA board, where he literally stopped speaking and then the bell went ding. It was pretty amazing. He stupefied him so much, they didn't have any questions. And sure enough, the county gets funded. So like I said, everybody has played a role in this thing. It's been a group effort. Along the way, there was a courtroom remodel project that was happening at the county that we didn't know anything about. And I think it was actually Beth who wondered aloud in a meeting at one point, would it be okay if Iconergy were to consider maybe doing the courtroom remodel and not just the performance contract? Or would you be okay if another contractor was in the building at the same time? And we said, we would definitely like to do it, because having 2 general contractors in the building at the same time sounds like a nightmare. And we wanted to look at the scope and make sure that it was going to be something we could do. So we evaluated the scope, looked like something we could do. And so we did fold that in. And you can see here on the slide, we go through to the bottom line being that by fall of 2016, we were getting underway with the performance contract, and as well as starting on the courtroom remodel work. Next slide, please. So for those who like pictures more than words, this is everything I just said in pictures. We did some EPC development work, engineering and pre-construction work. We added in some financing from DOLA and from the county. And then we had to sign a contract, which was August 2016 with the county, and that equaled us starting the project in the fall of 2016. Next slide. So really things started to move in 2017. And you can see here, I kind of lay out a bunch of milestones, and I wrote all this down so the county would have frankly, a written record of what happened. And I couldn't find one. I went through 6 different presentations that we have made to the county over the last 6 years to kind of create this thing. And I just thought, well, this will be one chance to get it all in one place. So hopefully this is helpful, and we'd be happy to come back and answer other questions if people have questions on a later week or month that you guys meet. Always happy to talk with the county. The bottom line is the construction happened throughout 2017. There was a deadline to finish it by December 31st. That was really driven by the DOLA grant, and frankly, everybody wanted the project to be done anyway, but in about that time frame. So we hit that. And then there was there was a celebration that was had in February of 2018, which, as Keith and Bob may remember, was basically a love fest around Beth and Scott Prestine, our project manager, because Beth, seriously, it was the best interagency celebration I've ever seen. You can see there were 4 agencies, and I think I might have left somebody out, but at least 4 agencies that were involved in that effort, and it came together beautifully. And that was, again, compliment to the staff at Clear Creek County, both Beth and Matt Smid, Keith, Bob, the whole crew. And then 2018, 2019, and 2020, those are really years that we've been doing what we call post-construction support. The first year includes warranty and training, and then the second and third years are just measurement verification. You guys might not know what measurement verification is, so we'll talk about that in a little bit later, but that's kind of the end of the general process for how this project moved. And I guess I want to pause here and make sure if anybody has any questions that we have a chance to answer them about the general process and timeline of things. Okay. If not, then let me just back up for a second and also provide another bit of overview, which is, what is a performance contract in the first place? It's not a household term. There's no reason any of you should know what it is. So here's what they are. I mentioned before, they come in 3 phases. The first phase is the engineering study, the TEA. Then the second phase is actually completing the engineering design and doing construction. And then the third phase is post-construction support, or performance period, as some people would call it. And you can see that includes warranty, training, something called commissioning, which is just the process to make sure that everything is working as it's supposed to be working. And then measurement and verification, which is an activity that allows us to use engineering and statistics to make sure that all the savings that we thought were going to happen are actually happening. It's a very scripted process. And again, the Energy Office, the Colorado Energy Office, is watching us throughout this entire process. As some examples, they reviewed the technical energy audit before it was delivered to you guys. They have reviewed all the contracts that the county has signed. They are reviewing measurement verification reports on your behalf. So they're very plugged into what's happening. Next slide. So here's some statistics on the performance contracting program in the state of Colorado, and apologies to the Energy Office. These might not be the most up-to-date stats, but I kind of just updated them from what we had presented with Gina Paluzzi way back when in 2016. So I'll let you folks read for yourself. The long story short, it's a very established program. Performance contracts are a known tool in the toolbox for how public agencies can update their facilities. And it happens throughout all levels of local government and state government. There's a federal program too, but that's a separate discussion. And then at the bottom, I talk about the different services that the Energy Office provides. There is one requirement that the Energy Office has, which is that the county or any participant engage in 3 years of measurement and verification. The reason for that is that's been determined to be the amount of time it really takes to make sure that a performance contract is indeed a success. After 3 years, it is the county's option to then renew for a 4th or a 5th or a 6th year. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. It's totally your option. So it's a nice balance to make sure things work right without becoming onerous to the participants in the program. Next slide. So benefits of a performance contract, why would you want to do one of these things in the first place? And the reality is that it's a way of taking operating costs, primarily from your utility bill, but sometimes maintenance costs and other things, and taking those operating costs, finding savings, and then taking those savings and turning them into physical capital assets. So that's a wonderful thing, and I'm going to express that in a couple different graphics in the coming slides, but for here, we'll just leave it at words. And you can then get the savings to be guaranteed. That's a real key part of a performance contract, is when we say we're going to save you a certain amount of money, we actually guarantee it. That's why we have to do so much engineering up front. That's why we have to do so much engineering and statistical analysis on the back end, is to make sure that those savings are truly guaranteed, because we know you're counting on them. And in the case of Clear Creek County, you guys took out some financing and are using those savings to pay back that financing. So it's super important. It also lets entities typically achieve retrofits for things that they're having trouble budgeting for or making happen, things with longer paybacks, bigger capital investments. That was a little bit the case at Clear Creek County. We were able to combine, the savings from measures that we were able to find with the DOLA funding and put it into one pot, if you will, and then create a project that had both long-term paybacks and short-term paybacks. And we'll talk about what these measures were in just a second. But it does other things too. It helps get facility staff out of being reactive because it takes care of some of their deferred projects that are real troublemakers and lets them become more proactive, be more efficient employees. I think we saw that during Matt's time from 2014 to how he left a couple months ago. He was able to get more and more proactive throughout the years because he had less fires he had to put out every day. And then it improves air quality and other things in the buildings as well. But next slide. So that part about the financing part, about reallocating money from your operational budget and turning it into a physical asset, this graph tries to explain it in one chart, and I'm going to show a time value graph in a second. So you can see that the maintenance costs and the utility costs, that kind of comprises your total operating costs of the buildings. And then if we're able to come up with some savings, that's the green part on the right-hand pie chart, and reduce your maintenance costs and certainly reduce your utility costs, we can then use the green part of that pie to fund the project. And that's exactly what happened at Clear Creek County. So in the next slide, you actually see how that same concept plays out over time. So on the left, the red bar, it shows you kind of what your operating costs were before you engaged into a performance contract. There are some unrealized savings at the top, right? In the last graph, that was the green part of the pie chart. Here, it's the top part of the red bar. And then the bottom part are the ongoing utility and operation costs. So then during the performance contract, we identify what those savings are on the top, and then we use those savings to create payments into to pay off for the project, leaving you with the remainder part, which is the yellow bar during the EPC payback period. And then once your project is paid back, then you just have the reduced cost, which is the final bar on the right-hand side. So that's just a time value expression of the same concept. Does that make sense to everybody? Because I actually want to pause here and make sure there aren't any questions, because if there aren't, I'm going to start diving into a little bit more about what the performance contract was like at Clear Creek County.
Just one from me. What is the anticipated payback period?
It was, I believe, around 13 years. I'm going to show you some numbers in just a second. We'll get to that so we can all calculate it, but I believe it's about 13 years total.
Okay, thanks.
Your project, as you'll see, is not 100% straight. We have to talk about your project in parts. So the part that the county paid for and financed, I believe, was about 13 years. And then DOLA paid for a significant part of the project that has nothing to do with that payback. And that was paid for by DOLA. So the payback was instantaneous.
I have an oddball question that you can elect to defer to another time or take maybe at the end. One
Sure.
of the things I remember we dealt with was light pollution issue at our Brookvale shop. And it kind of it started in my own mind a larger conversation about the Dark Sky Initiative. And I'd be curious to hear what you're seeing out there and what services you provide to help communities with that, if any.
Yeah, so I was really disappointed that happened, number one, so I apologize for that. I think we could have done a better job of heading that off at the pass and never having induced that night sky pollution in the first place. So we actually internally have a standard at the company for making all of our exterior fixtures night sky compliant. It just didn't happen on this project the way that it should have proactively, and again, I apologize for that. So we have that internal standard, whether it's requested by clients or not, just because we actually work in some areas that have a significant amount of tourism for night sky activities, and otherwise I just generally think it's a good idea. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but we typically do that, and on the county facilities, it took us a second bite at the apple, I think, to make it happen. So are there ongoing issues with night sky lighting?
It's more, I think, an issue having to do with our community as a whole that doesn't really have anything to do with your contract with us. And I wasn't meaning to put you on the defensive. I think you guys did a great job of mitigating it. And maybe this is a conversation that's outside the scope of today's meeting.
So well, thank you. I think it took us 2 bites at the apple to get to the great job part, but thank you. And I feel badly about that. I like to make sure we get it right the first time, but hey, we all make mistakes. So there is a standard, and I can send that to Beth for distribution, and that might be something you want to distribute in your community, is night sky exterior fixtures and how to put them on your home or your business. Maybe that would be of help. Is that true?
Yeah, and again, my thought is more long range in terms of investigating possible zoning modifications on a countywide basis. And I'm just speaking as one of the commissioners. I don't think we've ever had this public conversation to my knowledge.
Okay. Well, we help the county with a couple different things just pro bono because you guys have been a great client for us, and we'll talk about what some of those are later on. But I would say maybe Natan and Beth, if you can take a note, let's add that to the list. I would love to talk about that more and help you guys, even if it's just doing some, kind of free stuff to point you in the right direction. That'd be great.
Yeah, and allow me to say I'm completely supportive of the idea too, and I saw George's thumbs up as well. I'm actually surprised in some of the different jurisdictions I've worked in, it's a really big deal in some places, quite a few places around, and I think it's something we need to up our ante on.
We would love to help, and I think it's a fairly, I don't know about passing codes and standards necessarily in your county specifically, but in general, the type of efforts it takes to make night sky compliance exterior lighting happen are fairly modest. So yeah, we'll circle back to that at the end if that's okay. So Natan, next slide. So here's the EPC process, and Beth and Bob and Keith will remember this. I think the boxes used to be orange instead of green, and this one they came out green. But this kind of shows how the performance contract flows. So you start with the technical energy audit, as I mentioned before. Then there's it develops what the project looks like. We put lots of options on the table. You make a selection. You do some preliminary design. That's all part of the TEA, really. You execute the contract that is the performance contracting document to finish the design, to finish the construction. If you're financing, as the county did, there's a financing agreement with a third party as well. So all that gets signed. Then we jump into construction, and then finally measurement and verification of savings. And you can kind of see on the right-hand side, there's some additional text boxes with different things that are happening all the way through. No action items going forward anymore for the county. This is really just a rewind of history about how we got to where we are today. Next slide. It's the same process, but just talking about some of the decision points that were made along the way. And I think we did a pretty good job of getting feedback from the county to make sure that we were doing things that were on track. As you'll hear as we get into the meat of your specific project, Clear Creek County and DOLA both have budgets. Funding was not infinite. So there were some things that maybe people would have liked to have done, or that we would have liked to have done, that just weren't possible because there are limits around budgeting. But I think on the whole, some really good decisions were made. I think that I think really good decisions were made for how to spend the funds that were available, because obviously the county has other interests that it has to fund as well, not just its own building. So if there aren't any questions, we'll go on to the next slide, but I'll pause there to see if there are. Okay, next slide, Natan. So let's talk about the county's project per se. I've given you the background about, process-wise, how we got here, why a performance contract, what a performance contract is. So let's talk about what actually happened. On this slide, we show the different measures, and they totaled up to $2.6 million. Again, these are the ones that made the cut. There were some other things that were discussed that did not make the cut. And one example that I'll talk about later is around building controls, which is ECM 6 on here. It's labeled HVAC controls. And there were some other things that we could have done around HVAC controls, but there wasn't any more money. We didn't want to go past kind of that 13-year payback zone because it makes it harder to finance projects sometimes. And so at the time that was just deemed as the appropriate payback period. And that was after doing a fair amount of consultation, again, with current Clear Creek staff, as well as the previous finance director and whatnot. So all that information is detailed in a technical energy audit report that the county has. It's 189 pages of glory. If you really can't sleep at night, please read it. It'll help you out. But the bottom line is, in terms of savings, it was over $60,000 in annual savings. There were some one-time savings that we identified as well. It's all detailed in the report. The bottom line is really the $60,000 in annual savings is the part where we're all focused now. Next slide, Natan. So how did you guys pay for it? It's great to have a $2.6 million project. It's even better when there's a way to pay for it. So how it really broke down is that the county paid for 45% and DOLA paid for 55% of the project. And you can see it here in this table. The bottom line where it says capital improvement measures, parentheses, DOLA grant $1.444 million, that's all DOLA. The county didn't have to put up anything for that part. The parts above that are things that the county essentially financed. So the county went out and signed a financing deal for the EPC part on the top line item. Then the county put $100,000 up as their initial match for the DOLA conversation. There also was a budget line item for some work to be done at one of the facilities. It was about $46,000 that we were able to count for a match for DOLA. Then after some conversation with DOLA and the financing entities and Carl Small doing his math at the financing office, within Clear Creek County, a decision was made that an additional $100,000 of capital would be the best way to kind of round out the financing package for this particular project. So that's how all those numbers got to be where they are. In the end, it's, I guess, in my view, it's a pretty good deal for the county to only have to pay 45 cents on the dollar for the project, but that's how that one penciled out. Next slide. I wanted to talk about a couple of the bigger measures. I don't want to go into all of them, but two of the bigger ones were the airside HVAC measure. So at the county courthouse, and there were some really old air handling units, an AHU, and an air handling unit is just this big box that handles air. It moves air from one place to another. Sometimes in a smaller facility, it'll also heat and cool the air. And then it gets called a rooftop unit usually. However, there were just a lot of them that needed to be replaced at the county. Some of them were actually very, very old. I think some of them were 50 or 60 years old in some cases. Excuse me. And so we identified which ones needed to be replaced and then what it was going to take to replace them. And that was a big part of the project. As you saw on the last slide, I think it was $1.4 million. So air handling equipment and HVAC equipment was replaced at many buildings, not just the courthouse, but the vast majority of the work was at the courthouse. Next slide. The controls. So when you have one of those big air handling units or a boiler or an air conditioner, something has to tell it to turn on and off. Something has to tell it how hot to make the air, how hot to make water. And that thing is are called controls. Specifically, they're called a building automation system. So in your house, you have a very simple thermostat on the wall. That actually works just fine for a lot of small commercial buildings. But when you get into a bigger building like the courthouse or the animal shelter or Road and Bridge Dumont, sometimes you need a little bit more. And so particularly at the courthouse that we wanted to put in, and Matt Smith wanted us to put in what is called the building automation system, which is a computer system that runs the building and maintains operation of your building. So the courthouse didn't have one of those when we started. And that kind of was leaving the courthouse behind. That's a 20th century way of operating a building in the 21st century. So we're able to put in a new BAS. A budgetary decision that I want to point out on this is on the bottom bullet, actually the bottom two bullets. We weren't able to do, as I mentioned before, all the controls work we would have liked to have done. There were just other things that were going to be another $50,000 or $100,000 or $200,000 that just weren't able to make the cut. Those are all talked about in the technical energy audit. And those are all things that we can come back and do for you at a later date, if and when the county wants to do them. So how that basically boiled down is that sometimes we replaced the thermostat on the wall that was really old with a new thermostat on the wall, but we didn't change any of the things that the thermostat was connected to behind the scenes. So it wasn't really going to change how a certain part of the building operated. Or in the case of some of the remote buildings, it wasn't going to change the fact that Matt, or now Zach, doesn't have the ability, they still don't have the ability to look at those buildings remotely. They can see what's happening at the courthouse from the comfort of their own home if there's a blizzard, and turn things on and off and totally operate the building remotely at the courthouse. That's great. But at some of the smaller buildings, it was just cost prohibitive for us to provide that much operation technology. And so we put in thermostats that can connect to computers that will be able to do that for you if the county wants to move in that direction one day. But it was money that just wasn't there. And so It didn't happen. And so that's okay. There's some things that hit the cutting room floor on pretty much every project. Again, everyone's got a budget. I just wanted to go over that because you'll see how this plays out a little bit later in some of the slides. Next slide.
Is there a payback story to be had or grants? Because I mean, a lot of us, like I can open and close and see my garage doors and talk to someone in the garage if I'm on the South Pole right now, in addition to turning the heat up and down in my house. And it was not expensive at all. So in 2020, are those things that we should be revisiting, and can we achieve cost savings that would pay back the investment?
So we felt the majority of that's a good question. We felt the majority of the savings were being achieved just by having essentially a modern programmable thermostat on the buildings, because the county's operation in a lot of its buildings are fairly regular in their scheduling. And so, you know, if you think about the total amount of savings as a pie chart, we felt like we were getting it, I don't know what the exact number would be, 90% somehow, give or take, of the savings by just maintaining a programmable thermostat and making that programmable thermostat ready to be hooked up to a BAS if and when the county decides to do that. We didn't see that there would be much additional savings beyond having essentially a glorified programmable thermostat on the wall.
Okay, thank you.
Adding to that, it's a great question, Sean. It seems like there's potential for labor savings using something like that. And I'm curious, Doug, is quantifying that potential within the wheelhouse of your firm, or would that be somebody else?
We do that. Generally speaking, you know, we can quantify labor savings if, you know, yeah, we do that. To do that, it's the part that gets a little tough is that you basically have to interview staff and find out, you know, your savings analysis can only be as accurate as the answers you get from the facility staff, because you don't have a tracker on them, right? They're not hooked up to a GPS tracker running around showing you their every movement. So you're really relying on a verbal interview with a staff person. And so there's quite a bit of inaccuracy in how that information comes back. Not intentional, it's just, if I asked you what you did last Tuesday, you know, you're not going to be able to tell me very accurately, but at this point, you're just not. Let alone if I asked you what you did at the beginning part of the summer, because now I'm coming along in November asking you about how you operate the building in summer. So it's an inherently inaccurate activity. And given the amount of savings at the county, I would suggest it's probably not worth looking at the labor savings unless there's a position or two that you guys are thinking could be reassigned to people. If we're just talking about saving them an hour or two here or there, it's probably not going to add up. Did I answer your question on that? I don't mean to be a wet blanket. I'm just trying to provide the feedback that we've seen at other facilities.
I think the greater savings is removing that human element and the erratic performance of the building as it is heating and cooling mass and doing things like that and lighting places that don't need to be lit. If you can mechanize all of that and automate it, even at a dumb level, I mean, even if you're not hooked into a total VAS system, just the programmability is very helpful.
Or to the point of the other commissioners, Randy, I would say if there's a staff member who's coming in to do something for the dedicated purpose of operating the building, and I think this might have been the nature of the question, I would agree that is a substantial potential labor savings, but we never heard about anybody coming into the building just to do something to operate it. So I think if I were to look for operational savings in a labor capacity, it would be talking with Zach, and I can't remember the gentleman who works with Zach, that person's name, but talking to them, well, and asking them questions about how many times do you have to run out to Brookvale, right? That's a long way. How many times do you have to run over here to do something? If they're having to run around to different buildings just for the point of operating the building, I would agree that could be a potential labor savings, because I know when Matt was there, he was having trouble getting to everything. And if we can help save some time, I don't know exactly how to, I guess, express a savings number around that, because we're not looking to trim back the compensation for Zach, but it does allow him to then focus on doing something else. And maybe that something else replaces a third-party contracted service. Not sure.
Right.
So Beth, maybe we should tackle that as another topic to explore in some of our remaining meetings here in 2020, and we can get some more information back to the commissioners on that. Any other questions that we want to tackle now? Okay. So yeah, this is just a graphic of how the controls look at the courthouse. If I would have shown you an example of a graphic before we started, the page would have been blank. So that's kind of a simple one, but we just thought we would share that. And again, Zach does have the ability to remote into to the controls for the courthouse, and the thermostats in the other buildings have the ability to be connected to that as well. So it's all within one system. One thing that, you know, and I don't know if Commissioner Wood would have a different opinion about this, but one thing that most large building owners do is that they try to have just one type of control throughout their buildings. So after consulting with Matt and Beth, Honeywell was the brand of controls that were selected for the county's buildings. And so for whatever it's worth, Honeywell makes tons of things. And this is actually another good thing about it is there's 9 different Honeywell controls contractors in Denver. So if you don't like the one you have for whatever reason, you do have options to move to others. So whether that's in working with us or on your own, we try to position the county to have as much flexibility as possible. Next slide. So, one last measure I was going to mention. DOLA paid for basically the airside HVAC measure as well as measure 14, which was environment, health, and safety. This was really focused on Road and Bridge Dumont because there are 3 units that were supposed to be introducing fresh air that were inoperable. When Matt showed up in 2014, they weren't working and he was never able to get them working. And so if the guys who are working on the trucks and the different equipment needed fresh air, they would have to open up one of the overhead doors, which in the middle of winter up there is not a great thing. And so it was just kind of a nightmare situation in terms of providing fresh air, yet a comfortable work environment. And so we were able to get those paid for by DOLA because DOLA likes doing things that are environmental health and safety related. And also the building didn't have any roof access. We were able to add that in as well because they were actually trying to scale the building with ladders. And again, in winter, that's a pretty dodgy scenario. So that was all paid for by DOLA. Next slide. You know, I'm sorry, one other thought about the EH&S stuff. I would say that the technical energy audit that we do, it is an engineering study. It's defined by ASHRAE. It's called an ASHRAE Level 3 audit for anybody who wants to look it up. But I do make a bullet point on here. Second one down, there's a sub-bullet point. It says TEA is not a facility condition assessment nor a code inspection. And I just want to make sure that's clear. We just happen to be looking at the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and control systems at the county buildings and happened to notice that this mechanical equipment wasn't working, happened to notice that it then created a code inspection. But we were not trying to do code inspections in general. So I don't know how or when the last time the county did a code inspection on its buildings or when the last time it maybe had a broad facility condition assessment and how that factors into capital planning at the county. We'd be happy to support you guys in any of those ways, but that was not the purpose of the technical energy audit. So that's all, again, documented in the TEA report. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that we happened to catch those 2 things, but that was not the intent of our investigation. Next slide. So the courthouse remodel, as I mentioned, was added in. This kind of details what it was supposed to do. There were some ADA things. There was some ability, just some audio ability that brought up legal issues. If people in the courtrooms couldn't hear the proceedings well, you've got a situation. And that was true both, I think, for pretty much throughout the courtrooms, just between HVAC, noise, and the status of the AV system at the time. It was pretty rough sledding in there. So they also wanted to increase some office space in some of the support areas and just rework the flow of people in the space a little bit. So the county had reached out to a firm called Anderson Hollis, selected them to do the design, and then we kind of got brought in to help build it. So it was a joint effort, and I think it came out pretty well overall. And as Beth and Keith know, our project manager kind of ended up living at the courtrooms for the majority of 2017, working through some of the carpentry stuff while he was on site because he just likes doing that stuff. That was okay. Next slide, please. So that's really the meat of the project in terms of the dollars and the cents. I do want to get into the measurement verification phase, which is where we're at now, to talk about how we're measuring and verifying things and how that's going. But are there any questions about cost savings measures, things like that? Okay, so next slide. So measurement verification. Again, the Energy Office requires 3 years of it. We use a combination of statistics and engineering to execute a very defined protocol called IPMVP that dictates how this happens. It's all written down. There's a state version of it. There's a federal version of it. Again, if you can't sleep at night, it is great material to read. It is really nitty gritty. This Energy Office oversees all the work. We had to provide a plan to the county way back in 2016 for how we would do measurement verification, which we did. And the backbone of that plan was to use a technology called SkySpark, which is just modern big data analytics for buildings. Some people call it artificial intelligence as well. That's fine. We set that up for use at the courthouse because it was going to help us identify issues better than a typical building automation system, no matter what brand you pick. SkySpark does a better job of picking up on those things, which was great. And so we put that in. And at the time, that was pretty novel. Today, it's fairly routine that people do this stuff, but at the time, it was pretty novel. And so SkySpark is still in place at the county courthouse, and it's still helping us make sure that we're mitigating any comfort issues that may pop up from time to time. We didn't put it into the other buildings because they're not big enough for it to really matter or be cost effective. But next slide. This is the same set of green boxes that you saw before, but now I'm just calling out specifically what we have done regarding measurement and verification. So again, I mentioned we finalized the measurement verification plan during the TEA phase. At the end of construction, we update the plan because invariably in a construction project, things will shift around just a little bit. That's totally fine, totally normal, but we just want to make sure the plan is up to date. So when the construction phase ended, we updated the M&V plan, and then we started executing it in 2018. And so that would have been year one. On next slide, that would have been year one of the M&V plan period, was in 2018. And we'll talk about that in just a second. Here's, again, some specific steps that we did around measurement verification. Things you do before construction, meaning during the technical energy audit. During construction, as I said, you're basically updating some things and doing the commissioning work. And then during the post-construction period, which is where we are now, where we're doing the intervals of evaluation. So next slide. Nope, there we go. So 2018 was what we call year one of the performance period, since construction ended on December 31st, 2017. As of January 1st, 2018 is when the performance period started. And so we had a lot of meetings and interactions with the county during 2018. And again, the reason for that is we were doing warranty administration, we were doing training, and we were doing measurement verification. So 3 distinct activities were all happening at one time. Lots of discussions, lots of informal discussions, some meetings. I went to some of them, not all of them. Just kind of dialing in the project, making sure Matt and company were comfortable operating the buildings and getting their hands on it, all that kind of stuff. A couple of things that are of note at the bottom. So third bullet from the bottom, we identified at that time that there would be some savings to the county for potentially changing the rate that the county pays for water service in the Georgetown buildings. And then we also were looking at the cell tower as some other potential savings. And then the most important bottom line of all is just that the savings that were promised to the county were achieved in year one. So that report is already done and on file with the county and the Energy Office. And that was really 2018. Next slide talks about 2019. The interactions between the county and Iconergy waned during 2019, and you want that to happen because at this point now, Matt Smith is really running the buildings for the county. There are no more warranty things to support. There really is no more formalized training. Everything's been delivered at this point, and the county is just running the building. So we don't need to meet all the time if we're not doing all the same things. But we should have continued measurement and verification meetings, and this didn't happen the way that really it should have. So in the first half of 2019, it seemed like there was a little bit of a breakdown in communication between the county and Iconergy, and there were some comfort issues that weren't getting resolved. They were outside the scope of our project, but nonetheless, we were the people who were kind of hovering around in the building, and so there got to be some confusion about who is responsible for all that. And Beth thought that Matt was working it out with the county's mechanical contractor. I didn't even know it was happening. It was just, we were in a bad place communication-wise. We all got a little bit lazy right there. So as soon as this came to light in the summer, I think it was July, in summer 2019, Beth and I huddled up. We said, we got to get back on track. We got to get back to having regular meetings. And so we did that immediately in August, and we were able to get most of those issues resolved in the fall. And so we just used the measurement and verification budget we had to basically be an adjunct for the county in its work with its mechanical contractor and in its work with the controls contractor, because there were a couple issues that the mechanical and controls contractors weren't necessarily hammering out. And so we just started using our M&V meetings as a way of facilitating those things getting done, even though they weren't part of the performance contract, which is totally fine. That's a great way to use the performance contract. So we were able to help the county resolve some other issues, and we were happy to do it. So year 2, all indications are that the county has achieved its savings results. I owe the report to the energy office. It's been on my desk for far too long. So I will send it to the energy office and they can review it just as they did in year 1. But bottom line is there weren't a lot of changes in year 2. So we're pretty confident that you guys have met your savings targets, but we'll let the energy office do their work and be the final arbiter of that. Next slide, please, which is year 3, 2020, the year that we're in right now. So everything indicates that the buildings are operating well. And this is where I wanted to talk about Natan Simhai, because he was really working with the county behind the scenes starting in 2017, supporting an engineer named Chris Hanna, who was our primary engineer on the project. And so Chris was doing a lot of work, but Natan was doing an increasing amount of the heavy lifting in 2017, 18, 19. Well, by the time we get to 2020, Chris Hanna gets the deal of a lifetime to go work in Hawaii. So he's sitting on a beach somewhere right now while we're all here. Good for Chris. But Natan stepped up as soon as Chris moved on in February and came in and did a great job finishing out any of the issues that were on what we call the issues log, which is how we track things for the county to make sure that everything is actually being attended to. And I think he's really impressed us all with his ability to do that. And I note some items here in the center of the slide, things that we've been doing in 2020. We've just been catching all the little things that we can for the county to help make sure your buildings operate efficiently. And I know one that's been near and dear to people's hearts is space heaters. So we actually calculated how much it costs the county to run a quote typical space heater. It's about $400 a year. The old count, I found this in some notes from years ago, was there were 27 space heaters at the courthouse in years gone by. I don't know how many are there right now, but it's probably worth doing a survey and finding how many space heaters you guys have now. The investment that the county has made in your HVAC system and the controls should, I can't say negate, because there's some parts of the building that we weren't allowed to retrofit because of budgetary restrictions, but it mitigates any comfort issues that should necessitate a space heater in most of the building. And I think if I've understood Beth and Zach and Natan correctly, there probably should be no more than 5 space heaters in the building. And it just has to do with some of the legacy retrofits that were done many years ago at the courthouse and how they were done. It's just really expensive to fix some of how those two, how some of those old retrofits don't work so great together. So $400 a year for every space heater you can get rid of. It's maybe worth looking into.
It doesn't some of that kind of boil down to some people just like it boiling hot in their office and some people will fall asleep under those conditions?
For sure. And so ASHRAE is very helpful in establishing what are considered comfort guidelines. People can take issue with them if they want, but the engineers in the ASHRAE land have told us that we should be comfortable between 68 and 72 degrees. So that's kind of where all commercial buildings are recommended to operate. That's not going to make everybody happy. Let's be honest. That's not going to make everybody happy. So you do have people that want it to be like 80 or 75 or whatever it is in the middle of February. Some people want it to be like a meat locker in the middle of August or July. You just have to kind of come up at the county level with your own standards. And for sure, you can always stand behind ASHRAE and say, listen, the national engineers say we're supposed to be comfortable between 68 and 72. So I don't want to hear it as long as your office is between 68 and 72. You don't have to say it that way. You can obviously say it much more nicely than that or more constructively than that. But there are plenty of public agencies that do just what I said. Others say we're banning space heaters. You can or cannot take that tact if you want. My thing about space heaters is it's also, some people have gotten addicted, for lack of a better term, to the sensation of hot air blowing on your legs. And once you get addicted to that sensation, it's hard to get off of it without going through what you literally could consider withdrawal. So some of it is also just the psychology of, well, my office might be 72 degrees or 70 degrees, but I still want that warm air blowing on my legs because it just feels good. And I feel uncomfortable if that's not happening. So there's some of that ends up taking place as well. And it may or may not be worth fighting for. I'll defer to the county about that. We were just asked to put a number on it, so we did.
You're making me feel like I'm missing out on something really cool that I never even heard of until just now.
I don't have one either. Maybe I should go get one. But
I've got a couple that are sitting in storage that I can loan you, Sean.
No,
Especially if you like your
too much of those, Randy.
Your nose and your throat really dry. It's interesting that in the LEAD program, one of the things that they really give points for is variability of the individual workspace within high-tech systems, because of that very thing, that there is such a difference in how different people respond to those temperatures. And my wife worked in a place in a business one time where literally there was somebody there in the HR department that ran around to make sure that everybody was keeping their thermostats between those temperatures, because they thought that's what everyone was supposed to do, because ASHRAE says, you're comfortable at that level. And really what they find when they are able to allow some level of variability that's built into the system, that's better than putting a space heater, which costs a ton to run, next to you. They found that they had better attendance, fewer sick days, all kinds of stuff, because people were happy where they were comfortable in their environment. So it has financial benefits to companies as well that are recognized. But anyway, it's just a little trivia.
No, Randy, I appreciate that, because that's exactly how your courthouse is set up. You guys have all those capabilities through your BAS. Now, in the smaller buildings, again, they have kind of a fancy version of a thermostat where it's not as able to accommodate some of those temperature bands, unfortunately. But at the courthouse, you guys are set up exactly that way. So M&V for year 3 will end on December 31st this year, and then we owe a report to the Energy Office, to Clear Creek County by March 31st next year. This year's report got delayed by COVID, and we just had some trouble getting it back on track. But we'll have that to you next year in the first quarter. And based on what we're seeing right now, we're not expecting any issues in achieving savings, because it seems like things are operating pretty well. Next slide. So there is, as I mentioned before, this is purely at the county's option if you guys want to go for year 4, and this might be a conversation you guys have internally, but I just wanted to lay out, if you wanted to look at a year 4 of M&V, why would you want to do that? Here's some of the reasons why you might want to do it. It may or may not be worth doing. We'll leave that up to the county's discretion, of course. But the bi-weekly meetings you had weekly when we reestablished regular meetings in August 2019, and then we moved them to bi-weekly as we got the list down, so that there's not too many things happening, but we're able to kind of meet bi-weekly. Sometimes the meetings are 30 minutes, sometimes they last an hour, but we're able to kind of tick through and support on everything from COVID to how, pieces of equipment are performing, or if Zach has questions around things that maybe were detailed in the training that Matt received that he didn't happen to attend, we can go back over those things through our M&V work. We're just kind of using it as a catch-all for facility optimization. And that, again, may or may not be worth doing for the county in 2021, but it is at your option. So we'll work with Beth and Keith to discuss that here in the next couple months. Any questions? We have one last section, if not. Okay, one last section.
50 minutes in, Doug just has a time check for you.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. Hit the next slide, please. There you go. So outgrowths of the performance contract. So the performance contract itself for the county, I think, has been a very good success. And I'll talk about that in a second. But we wanted to mention things that are happening beyond the performance contract between Iconergy and the county. And this slide details what some of those are. Right now, we're helping you guys design a series of small projects that Matt Smith always wanted to get to and was having trouble doing it. So we're just kind of detailing out some of those things that you see there so that the county can be ready to move forward with those if and when it so chooses. Looking at alternative fuels, including electric vehicles for the county. This was something that got brought up way back in 2016 when we did the energy audit. It just wasn't the right time for the county to move forward with it. So it didn't happen. However, now maybe there's a little bit more interest. There's a little more infrastructure. There maybe could be argued that there's even better funding for it. So we're working with Beth around the county's mass transit, buses and vans. Be happy to talk to the county about its fleet vehicles. I know Keith asked me about that at one point, and charging stations. So yeah, transportation is also something that we've dealt with at other local government entities. And then last but not least, there is a potential water project sitting in the basement of the courthouse building. This was something that was identified in the energy audit back in 2016. DOLA said they would not fund the water project though until the county is on metered water. So right now the county is not on a metered water rate, it's on a flat metered rate, it's on a flat rate rather, and DOLA said they wouldn't support it. So if and when the county wants to do that, that'll be a substantial amount of savings in terms of water volume, and I think maybe some dollars as well for the county, but right now that's on hold until the county hits a metered water rate schedule with the town of Georgetown. Next slide. So some outgrowths of the performance contracting project that are not specific to Clear Creek County are just down the road. There's one, there's a performance contract that actually is getting put in place right now with the Community Rec Center in Idaho Springs. PV is the main measure, and there's some other improvements that we're going to do. So it's a fairly small project, but on the whole, it wouldn't be happening if the project at Clear Creek County hadn't happened first. So you guys should all take credit for that. And then, frankly, the Clear Creek County project has really been a fundamental piece of Iconergy's success as a company for us to go out and engage lots of other local government entities and even state entities. I mentioned some of them there on the screen, everything from a big hospital here in Denver called Denver Health to the Eagle County School District, town of Breckenridge, a lot of good stuff. And frankly, some of it might have happened without Clear Creek County, but as far as I'm concerned, we wouldn't have been able to do it in the way that we're doing it without Clear Creek County. So thank you for being one of our earlier clients. And now I think we're at the last slide. Yeah. So last slide, and Tom, go ahead and then we'll end on this, which is most importantly, what can you and your constituents do? Beth had told me that a number of you are interested in climate change or benefiting the environment in different ways, and that's come out already in today's questions. But I wanted to say the number one thing you can do is share the success that the county has had in tackling some of these issues. There's a false belief out there that improving the environment somehow is an economic drag. I would argue it can actually be an economic engine, in that we can create more jobs and support more jobs by actually reducing the amount of energy our facilities use, or reducing the amount of water they use, or by investing in renewable energy, or by investing in electric vehicles and putting in charging stations. All those things take people to make happen. And so that's a great way that I think local governments and state government can lead. As far as I'm concerned, I feel very fortunate to be in Colorado, where a lot of times we have had good state leadership on this issue for a long time. And so just share the positive experience you've had. If you ever need myself or Natan or anybody else from Iconergy to talk about a small part of the project or a big part of the project or the whole project, we'd be happy to do that in any time frame that is allotted to us. But I mentioned here, I think a lot of you are involved in different associations, High Country Center up in Frisco, or CC for Colorado, or sorry, CC for Climate Change, CML, CCI, they're all good folks. We work with some of them, not others, but we would love to help you if you want to advance the dialogue. And just in closing here, last note of thanks to Randy, because he did do a presentation for us back in 2018, I think, and it was specifically aimed at local governments in the High Country, and he did a great job. So thank you, Randy, for that. And that's really what we had today. The last slide has got our contact information on it, and then be happy to back up and answer questions on any other slides that you guys had, or if there's other information you'd like us to present, we can definitely do that. We're still under contract to you guys for sure until the 31st of December, and then after that, it's at your option.
Well, we're glad that we helped you guys get new business. I mean, you could do something like have a happy hour at one of our bars in Idaho Springs and invite some of the community members to celebrate your success if you wanted to. As long as you don't give any of us more than $50, I think we're all good.
That sounds like a great idea. If you don't mind, I'm going to hang on to that one until after COVID, because I think it'd be more fun.
That was my thought as well. Yeah. And you knew it would be. That sounds really dry sense of humor.
I'm curious, clearly we're running low on time here, but I'm just curious what staff needs from us in terms of direction. I mean, there's some things that are interesting to me that I'd love to discuss, but I don't know if this is the setting.
I think probably not today, but I think we need to circle back up with time to be able to look at the real question, which is the continuance of the program with Iconergy. yes, no, at what level and so forth. And that's in the presentation. And obviously it's after 12:30 already. So that's not that's a conversation that will take a little more time, I think, internally with staff and then back with Doug and crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Keith. I totally agree with what Randy was just saying. Let staff circle back around with Doug and the other folks at Iconergy, and we can put some different talking points and options together and come back to the board at a work session and have further discussion as far as what the future looks like. I think there was 2 or 3 different items that came up in today's discussion that we probably need to talk about at staff level, and then we can put our recommendations together and come back to the board.
Yeah, I'm thinking a bit of a menu of
Yeah.
thoughts, things different types of things that we may wish to do and kick it around. But thanks a lot. And it was actually fun getting to make those presentations. You mentioned High Country Conservation, HC3, and I was got to actually work on the Summit sustainability code over there, the building code. As a matter of fact, I did all the energy calculations for that code to balance the points for energy savings measures versus the other environmental measures that are in there too. There's other resource consumption elements of that code. There was a time when we were doing it, when the IECC wasn't really the International Energy Conservation Code was on its earlier versions, and so it wasn't quite as effective yet. Most of those codes a lot of those codes have been kind of phased out, those specialty codes for given locations, because the general codes have come up to a level that functions well. And then there's plenty of work that we can do with firms like yours to go the extra mile when we want to. And really appreciate the work that you've done for us and the opportunity to benefit both the comfort of our building and the energy consumption and the cost. So
happy to be
Yeah,
here.
I think I'd just like to give a shout out to Doug and his team and Iconergy as a whole. We've been working a number of years together, and I think we've accomplished a lot, and they've been just a real pleasure to work with. So thank you guys, and we'll have that staff discussion, and I'm sure we'll be talking with you, Doug, regarding what we need to do or where we want to go in the future. So thank you guys.
You bet, and happy to help. I think the county has a lot to be proud of. It's as far as we know, it is a leader in counties, particularly smaller counties in Colorado, for taking action. And anytime you guys want to go and present on this program, just let us know. We'd be happy to support you, whether it's with materials or coming in and attending or being online. Just let us know. You guys have done a great job of blazing the trail.
All right, thanks. And we owe thanks also to those commissioners that came before us that actually set all of this up. We kind of later in. So it's been fun to work with you. Thanks so much. Well, that said, we had some thought of doing another session working through lunch. Do we still have the need to do that, Sean? Do we want to take
I think we did it at 10:15.
George? We want to take a 20-minute lunch break here and come back at 1?
I think so.
That sounds good to me.
All right.
We'll do that. Thanks for the visit today, Doug.
You bet. Good to see you all. Thank you much.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Natan. Thanks, Energy Office.
All right, back
Thank
here
you,
at
guys.
1 o'clock. Thanks.
Hey, Beth, can you hear me? This is Fred.
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm going to try to share my screen.
Okay.
How do you how do you do that when I do?
So where you see all the names and the pictures of people and everything, if you hover over the bottom, you'll see a green button that says share screen.
Oh, duh, it's right there in front of me. Okay.
No, that's okay. Just make sure that whatever document you want to share, that you already have that open.
Okay.
Because it's gonna, basically when you click share screen, it's gonna show you every document you have open right now, and you'll have to pick the one you want to share.
Got it. Okay.
So I have a text from Sean that says he's going to be about 5 minutes late. We can start without him, but I mean, I got to at least have a quorum here.
Right. No pressure.
I could tell you all that George was sitting here with me off to the side. You just can't see him. But that would be a lot. Not true at all.
Oh, move your camera.
Yeah.
What's that?
Just shift your camera so that we can see George sitting next to you.
Yeah, I don't have any hat or mask or anything I can put on to pretend to be George. Like, just a minute, I'll have him come over here.
Yeah.
I see George now out in the waiting.
Oh, yep, I see him. Okay.
There he is. So our next item is a work session regarding short-term rentals. And I see Fred's here. And Sean said start without him. He'll be a few minutes late. So in a spirit of cooperation, let's start.
Okay, sounds good. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. So this is a working session on short-term rentals. We wanted to bring this back. Let's see, Cindy is here also. She's going to help me with this, but we wanted to bring this discussion back to the board after some delay due to COVID. We had started this conversation many months ago, and we were putting some more information together. And so we're finally circling back and had put some things together for you and some recommendations that we wanted to talk about. So essentially the purpose of this working session is threefold from our perspective. Number one, just give you a quick update on numbers and what we're doing with the STR program right now. Number two, identify some proposed changes to the regulations that we think will improve the program, that will increase efficiencies, reduce redundancies, and hopefully make things more, essentially more streamlined for both applicants and for staff to go through these permit applications. And then number three, of course, to give the county commissioners a chance to discuss any concerns that you have, any broad vision or direction that you would like to talk about with this. We have, as you know, the general direction right now is to allow anybody to apply for a short-term rental permit. And if they meet the minimum criteria, they get that permit and can operate. And so this hopefully we'll have at least a little bit of time to discuss that and talk about whether that's the right direction, or if there's a different direction that we want to go to. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Let's see. Okay. Can everybody see the memo? Yes. Okay. Beth is Beth is giving me a thumbs up. That's good. Okay. So this is my memo that should have been in your packet on regarding update to the short-term rentals. And first of all, just wanted to talk about some numbers. So I'll scroll down to the bottom of the first page to give you a little bit of information on where we were in 2018 and 2019. So these numbers right here are pre-COVID and what we had for a good amount of time. We knew, or we know, with the help of Lodging Revs, which is our third-party consultant that sweeps the web, sweeps the internet for advertising, for short-term rental advertising. We had between 130 and 140 short-term rentals that were advertising on a regular basis. We had started issuing permits, and I think by the end of 2019, we had about 23 permits issued. We had a number of them, a number of applications that were currently that were still under staff review, and we had quite a few that quite a few applications that had begun applying online, but they had not yet submitted their application fully, and we had a good number of short-term rental property owners that had not even applied for a permit yet. But we do know that based on the number of residences that DRCOG housing data has in the county, we had between 3.5 and 4% of the total number of residences in the county were being rented out as short-term rentals. Compare that to recent information, and I'm scrolling up. So this is the information that we have as of the latest sweep of the web that that Lodging Revs gave us. And right now we have about 108 short-term rentals that are currently advertising out there. It was really interesting. Last couple months, we've seen a huge drop in the number that are just advertising out on the internet. But our short-term rental permits that we have issued are up. We have around 90 permits that have been issued. Some of those short-term rentals that are no longer advertising might have one of our permits. Our permits, as I think you know, are a 1-year permit. You must renew your permit every year. They're good, and they're good for 1 year. And we do not revoke your permit just because you stop advertising. Your permit is good for 1 year, and then it automatically expires unless you reapply at the beginning of the year. We have about 5 applications that are currently under staff review. We only have about 8 applications that are still, the applicants are working on their application online, but they have not yet submitted them. And we have about 5 properties right now that have not yet applied for a permit, but we know that they are advertising. So right now, Cindy is working with the county attorney's office to prepare official notices of violation for those. Over the course of the summer, Cindy implemented what I think was a pretty effective notification process, where we sent a series of 3 warning letters out to all of the property owners who just did not bother to apply for a permit. And we think that, at least by the numbers, that made a tremendous difference and a tremendous impact. And a lot of people came in and applied for a permit, which is exactly what we wanted them to do. So right now we're down to the last few who have still not yet applied. And so we're working on getting an official notice of violation sent out to let them know that if they do not comply, if they don't apply for a permit and get approved for a permit, the next step is proceeding to court. But with the number of properties that are currently being advertised, that amounts to about 3% of the total number of residences that are in unincorporated Clear Creek County, based on Dr. Cog housing data. So with that, that's the current status of our program. And then also in my memo, we also we identified some proposed changes that we would like to make to, like I said, help streamline the process and make it more effective and reduce, get rid of some redundancies. I won't go into these in a whole lot of detail, but let's see, what are we talking about here? I need to move everybody's, okay. So there's one thing that we think that there should be discussion on, and we think it should start with the Planning Commission, but of course we're bringing it to you, the county commissioners, to see if you have any thoughts about it. We want to have a discussion about the limitation of the total number of people that a short-term rental can have. So currently, short-term rental permits, as we issue them out, are limited to no more than 8 guests, 8 individuals in a residence. If you meet certain qualifications, you can apply for what we call a large short-term rental permit, and that one allows for 9 or more individuals. However, those large short-term rental permits are only allowed on lots of 2 acres or greater with sufficient septic system capacity. We've gotten some requests to change this. These requests have arisen from property owners who are located within a sanitation district, so therefore they have adequate sanitation capacity to accommodate for additional people. However, they are usually on lots that are less than 2 acres in size, and so because they're on lots less than 2 acres in size, they don't qualify for a large short-term rental. Just as a reminder,
those kind of go hand in hand, right? I mean, it's more dense where we have sewer service.
Yeah, exactly. When you have more, when you have better infrastructure, water and sewer, you're typically your lots are smaller. Exactly. So as a reminder, just so you know, the Planning Commission, when they considered this regulation in 2017, very consciously made this recommendation to the county commissioners. The county commissioners approved it in its final regulation. This was a conscious decision where the PC, based on testimony and information that they had, they wanted to assure that large short-term rentals, first of all, adequately address their larger impact on available infrastructure, but also they were concerned about the overall impact on a neighborhood, especially when that neighborhood was relatively tight and more dense. There is a concern about party houses, so to speak, and their impacts on the rest of the neighborhood. And so that's why we split out short-term rentals, which allows for 8 or less guests, and we split that out with the allowance of large short-term rentals that allows for 9 or more guests, only on lots of 2 acres or greater, and if you have sufficient septic system capacity. And in most cases, if your house has a certain number of bedrooms that can accommodate 9 or more people, usually your septic capacity is adequate for however many, based on the number of bedrooms that you have. So right now,
my 2 cents on that recommendation, and I'm sorry if I interrupted you. I thought you were done. So actually, why don't I just let you finish?
Oh, no, actually, the only thing that I wanted to say is since the Planning Commission had made this recommendation, this in a very conscious manner based on the information that they had. That if you're interested in changing this, staff would recommend that the Planning Commission reevaluate it and provide the county commissioners with a recommendation. So go for it.
I'm glad I let you finish because I had misread that last paragraph in your report. So you're not recommending that we consider a change to this rule, and I'm fine with that recommendation. I don't think it sounds like a great use of the Planning Commission's time to reevaluate a rule where the facts on the ground haven't changed.
Yeah, there have been just a few applicants who have been concerned about this, and I think either one or both of those applicants decided not even to rent their house out anymore because they could not rent it out to 9 or more people. Cindy, do you know about how many people had complained or were concerned about this particular rule? What was it? Just a few people?
I got requests from about 5 of them, but I hear it all the time from the ones in St. Mary's.
Okay, thank you.
What do you hear
so
from the ones in St. Mary's, just to be specific? Just describe the it that you hear from the ones in St. Mary's, that they want a greater capacity?
They are all under 2 acres. All the lots are about 1/3 or less, and they are water and sewer. And so they ask why they're limited to 8.
Okay. But you had a total of around 5.
Requests to have more people, yes.
Okay. Anyway, so that's one of the things one of the concerns or one of the requests that we specifically have received from applicants. Let's see. Few of the other things that we're proposing to few of the things that staff is proposing to change in an effort to I guess increase efficiencies, regulatory efficiencies, reduce hopefully get rid of some redundancies, is a couple technical things that we think will make the review process a lot smoother. Number one, it seems very, very redundant to ask applicants to give us a copy of their OWTS permit when we have those permits on file. A lot of times applicants don't even have a copy of their own permit, so they're calling the environmental health department to get a copy just to upload into their application. It's a lot easier for when the environmental health department does its review of the permit application, that they get on that they check their records at the time, find out what the OWTS permit is for that property, and then verify that they have adequate capacity. One of the other things that we're proposing is to eliminate the site plan requirement, which appears kind of big, but we don't think it is. We've found that it is very, very difficult to get the average homeowner to give us an adequate site plan. Trying to get them to draw up a plan is very, very difficult, and a lot of times we end up helping them do that, or we end up staff ends up preparing the site plan for them, and they tell us what is on their site, and we put it together. And so what we found out is we think that it would be a lot easier for us to insert a series of yes and no questions and verification questions that they can answer where's your trash, for example, where's your trash going to be, or how are you going to manage your trash? How many parking spaces do you have? Things of that nature, that we can adequately address and verify that at least those statements comply with the criteria for approval, rather than trying to get a site plan out of them, which continues to be very difficult. And then number 3, we're proposing to eliminate the requirement for a building inspection, a physical building inspection by the building official. We found out that this, of course, takes a lot of time, and our building department has indicated they do not have the staffing to conduct these inspections on a regular basis. During COVID, when COVID happened, the building department imposed an emergency measure by requiring the applicant to submit basically a self-certification or a document that certifies that specific measures have been taken or implemented or constructed that satisfies the building department's life safety requirements. Deb has done this during COVID in order to protect herself from being exposed to too many people, and they feel the program has been working very, very well. And so what we want to do is change the short-term rental regulations to allow that after COVID is done, and after we hopefully get back to some sort of semblance of normal. So those are the particular changes that we want to take through the process, take to the Planning Commission in a public hearing, get their take on it, and then they would provide a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for a regulation change, and then you can make a final decision.
On C, I'm curious about fire. I think in Idaho Springs, I didn't have a building inspector come, but I did have the fire chief come. And I think it was just once. I think I don't have to have the fire chief show up every year, but to get my initial permit. Seems like that's where we would be most interested in managing risk, because of, you know, the ability for a house fire to spread into the woods.
Okay. I'd have to talk with Deb. I don't even know if our fire department did any kind of inspection on short-term rentals. I think Deb was the only one that did the inspections. No, that's a good point. We'll look into that and see what we can do to mitigate fire risk. I know if there's an outside fire apparatus that's a part of the application, the regulations require defensible space to be in place around that fire apparatus and around the home, regardless of how old the home is, whether the home has defensible space or not. But no, that's a good point. I'll talk with Deb about that and see what her recommendations would be on mitigation of fire hazard. Okay. And then we get into the other larger topics, proportion of short-term rentals to total number of residences, and the new legislation that was passed by Colorado legislature this year. And this is where I wanted to talk about general direction of the program and what the county commissioners' thoughts are. But as the memo says, currently the number of short-term rentals that are in the county that are being rented out amounts to approximately 3% of the total number of residences that are in the county. And that percentage has varied over the years of, between 3 and 4%. It does not appear to have gone over 4% at any time since we've started the program. So currently there's no limit on the number of permits that may be issued. As you know, there are some communities like Georgetown that place a limit, a total numerical limit on the number of permits that can be issued. There are other communities like Idaho Springs and the city and county of Denver that do not allow what I'm calling absentee owner short-term rentals. In other words, they require that you are a resident of the unit that you're renting out, whether you're renting out a bedroom or whether you're renting out the whole unit. And so that's what I'm distinguishing between an absentee owner STR who might be renting out a second residence or an investment property or something like that. So that there have been previous concerns by the county commissioners of the ability for the county to achieve its affordable housing goals while still allowing an unlimited number of short-term rental permits to be issued. And so to help the board understand the economic impact of short-term rentals, I did find a publication from the Economic Policy Institute. George, I think you also pointed this out to me some time ago. And this talks about the economic costs and benefits of short-term rentals. Does not necessarily talk about the fiscal impacts or the impacts on local governments, but it does talk about taxes, lodging taxes that would be issued to a local government.
Hey, Fred, before we move on from the 3% number, that number seems pretty low to me, but I don't really have any context. Could you help paint a little bit better picture in terms of like, how does that compare to counties similar to Clear Creek, rural counties? And then from a housing stock perspective or impact, I mean, what it's also saying is that 97% of our housing is unaffected. So do you have any additional color to add to that?
No, not offhand, I don't. I'd have to look into that and see what information is out there. I know there's more information for large cities. And so, for example, this publication from Economic Policy Institute has a lot of information from large cities like New York. And I know we have more information out there on its impact, short-term rentals impact on cities than we do rural areas or tourist-oriented rural areas. No, I don't have more information for you. I would need to put that together, and that would be some good information to put together to understand where we sit with other communities. Yes.
Yeah, and also just, is that number too high? Is it right? Is it too low? I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
I mean, one way to look at it is just on the margin, right? What's the impact of each additional long-term occupant, how it's converted to a short-term rental? And if we decide that the marginal impact is negative, we can choose to act.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at it a little more holistically, like we don't understand what the other side of the balance sheet looks like, if you want to call it that, like what positive economic impact does that have for every other homeowner and business in the county? And I don't know the answer to that either.
Okay. No, I'll see what I can find. That's interesting information. It'd be definitely valuable. It'll be interesting to see what's available out there.
So I just added some interesting information to the chat and mentioned that Georgetown had picked 7% as their number, which is a data point, right? I'll not say any more about that. I don't know anything else.
Okay. Let's see.
I think, I mean, we need to let Planning Commission bring us a proposal for this, of course, but I have my own druthers on this topic. What I would prefer is either we put a cap that's above what we think we currently measure. I would like to see that cap not increase increase above 4%. Or we could just put a moratorium on non-occupied, or you said absentee short-term rentals. And then on the manager occupied short-term rental side, we do no limit. That's where I think the real economic benefits are.
I think you might have a little bit of a conflict of interest there, don't you?
I don't know. Thanks for bringing that up. I do operate a short-term rental. That short-term rental is not regulated by this jurisdiction.
Okay, that's right. It's in Idaho Springs. Fair point. Yeah, and I fundamentally just agree with you, George. But to me, I haven't been convinced that 4% is a magic number.
John, did you say that you fundamentally agree with him, but you just don't know if that's the right number? Is that
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think it makes sense to be smart about what we encourage in our county. I just don't know what that I don't know how to do that yet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it depends on what kinds of homes are turning into short-term rentals. I know on the investment side, watching what's going on around us, a lot of it's really a mishmash. It's some nicer homes and then a lot of smaller fixer-uppers that are being purchased and turned into STRs that I see around me. And I think it's different neighborhood to neighborhood, place to place. And of course, I'm like George, and I'm not in the unincorporated county here. I'm looking at what's in the town of Empire.
One thing I would throw out there too is I don't really see the owner occupied being any kind of a magic bullet, because number one, it's probably pretty easy to game. And number two, I'm sure there are bad actors out there who will allow things that would be very unwelcome in a neighborhood to happen under their nose in the interest of making money.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I don't think it's perfect to have manager occupied, but there's significant, and I can testify to this, there's significant economic opportunity to those who are willing to have guests in a portion of their home. And so if somebody has an opportunity, maybe they're a server and they have an opportunity to gain some extra income so that they can stay in their home or pay a mortgage or afford healthcare, I'd like them to be able to achieve that if we think the impacts are lower. And I do think the impacts are lower because the house is still performing its function as a long-term occupied building. You gain the economic benefits of having additional customers in there. We talk a lot about that when we talk about lodging. And so I think you gain a lot of the positives. You dull the edge on a lot of the negatives. And that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I know I agree with that. And a statistic I know I've thrown out before is, there's 70 million empty bedrooms in the United States, and there are a lot of seniors who have money and need help with other things, and there's a lot of people who can help with other things who need money. I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of opportunity there, so I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I think that there are those economic benefits, and then the other part was just looking at the housing stock. I mean, unfortunately, most of those empty bedrooms, although we do have them here, people don't occupy every bedroom in their house, but we need to move some of those bedrooms here if that's the case. I think some more of them, but I think moreover, it's also, we have seen because of, and this may be stabilizing because prices have come up, but we were seeing a lot of the local housing stock in the small towns being nabbed up, people buying a stable of them, buying several of them to turn them into that, because the ability to pay off quickly real estate is there in that investment. So if we see the small towns with the smaller houses that were providing some of the housing stock for our workforce being gobbled up for that other purpose, that was part of the reason I think why the owner occupant STR was somewhat attractive, is it just helped, limit that.
A piece of data along those lines, it's anecdotal. I'm aware of one realtor in Clear Creek County who is actively marketing properties for their short-term rental potential.
Okay.
And I think that's a recent development. That's the last 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, I mean, anytime there's a buck to be made out there, there's going to be someone to go after it.
Right.
Right. Yeah, where you identify an incentive, maybe address it before it turns into a problem.
Let's see, and let me very quickly go over number 4, the new legislation that was passed, and then we can talk about whatever we want to talk about. But generally, as some of you may know, March of 2020, the governor signed into law House Bill 20-1093, and that provides what it does. It provides authority to counties to license and regulate short-term rentals under its police power, which is under CRS 3015. Right now, your short-term rental regulations are under your zoning authority, which is a different statute. But at this time, after going through looking at the legislation, I did not perceive that this authority gives counties any more authority to regulate short-term rentals than what its zoning authority currently provides. But what you see is that the county's police authority, 3015, provides the ability, I get more flexibility that violators could be fined up to $1,000 per day for each day that a violation exists, as opposed to the county's zoning authority that allows violators to be fined up to $100 per day. That appears to be the one difference that I've noticed but between regulating under your police authority and versus your zoning authority. My understanding is that these fines would still need to be charged by a court after the county brings charges against a violator and the violator is convicted by a court. So, you know, what are the chances of that happening? Like I've said before, you know, we don't want to resolve violations by taking people to court. We hope to resolve our violations outside of court, which we do, which a vast majority of our violations we do resolve outside of court. So you know, I suppose it is possible that might be a harder, more of a threat to a potential violator if they could potentially be fined $1,000 per day versus 100. But that's the difference that I've noticed, and so I don't know. I'm not convinced that's enough of a difference to regulate under our police power, but I would encourage any discussion that anybody might want to have, and leave it up to you. Don't know if the county attorney wants to provide any more insight on this, but that's what I found when I was reviewing this legislation that was passed. So, and so at that time, that's the end of my staff report right now. That's what I have for you. And so if you have any other discussion, we can talk about, or any other questions. But I will, what I'll do right now is I'll see if I can find other information on how our proportion compares to other communities. In particular, I think other mountain communities that have natural amenities like we do, and see if we see higher proportions or lower proportions of short-term rentals, and use that as information to help us make a decision on where to go with this.
I would even add maybe what are the best practices that are actually rationalized by data, right? I mean, just because somebody else is doing it doesn't, in this instance, I don't think necessarily means we should copy them.
Okay.
In general, Fred, I want to compliment you. You put together a really good report. You broke this conversation down in a way that was easy for us to get to, and I'm grateful for that.
I really appreciate the extra compliance, right? I mean, we were in a pretty bad place when we talked about this a couple of meetings ago, and it looks like we're getting down to people who either are, well, I don't know what their deal is, but I would encourage us to maybe take off the kid gloves when it comes to handling the people in our county who aren't following the rules with respect to this.
Very good. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate that. And yes, that's our intention.
We have a comment from Corinne Westerman mentioning Georgetown, the process of modifying its STR program as well. Might be worth looking at what changes the town is making to see if the county might want to pursue similar elements such as a waiting period between home purchase and an STR application. Other things they're looking at. There may be some useful stuff we should update ourselves, but I think Fred's got a pretty good handle on that. It sounds like what's going on in the communities around us already.
Okay.
The waiting period is an interesting approach. A couple of things, not for now, but just that I want to put out there. One is, I'm curious if there's opportunity for some kind of savings on the lodging revs contract by pursuing some kind of multi-jurisdictional contracting. I think if we found that our towns were also interested in this service, we might be able to negotiate together and save some money. And then I would appreciate, and I'd be happy, Bob, to give you some time to dig into this, but I would appreciate, I think, a more thorough analysis of the difference between using our police authority and our zoning authority, and how that plays out when we actually have somebody who we're trying to enforce non-compliance on.
How long was Georgetown? What does their waiting period look like, or what are people talking about? Does anyone on this call know the answer to that? One thing that's a little concerning to me is potentially what you're doing is you're wiping out the mom and pop operator and making it less competitive, and the well-financed investor who's buying up tracts of houses now doesn't have to deal with those people competing with them.
Yeah, I haven't heard. I'm not sure.
You can still buy a house and rent it out year by year and then switch it, right?
Yeah, if you're well capitalized, that's a good point.
Just to give the board an update, we only have one owner that has multiple residences. We do have we have 4 that have 2 residences, and we have 1 that has multiple residences.
How many, Cindy?
The one that has multiple residences has 8 of them that he's renting. He's been a resident of the county for quite some time.
Good. So it's not this, mythical Texan who's dumping a bunch of money in here.
No, it's a private property owner that lives in Brook Forest.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Yeah, and I don't know, like from a policy perspective, whether that last facet of this is persuasive one way or the other, whether where somebody lives is separate from the impacts of their actions.
Although I think it's a little bit of an extension of, if you live in the house, that's you're up front, up close and personal. If you live in Florida or Texas, you're unreachable. If you live in Brook Forest, you're in the community. So I think it's somewhat of a factor.
Yeah, I think it makes a difference in terms of the impact on the neighborhood. I think you're right.
Okay. Let's see. I've got some information. So I've got some. I got some information from you to move forward and move forward with this work. Is there interest in holding another working session before I take it to the Planning Commission? I see one nod.
Probably.
I don't know what else there is to discuss.
Seeing if there's more information, information provides some context on where we stand, where we sit with other communities. How do we compare with other communities? Is 3 or 4% of our housing stock being used for short-term rentals on the mainstream? Is it on the low side? Is it on the high side? Things like that. That would be information that I would come back if depending on what information I find.
I think that might be helpful. I think Sean and George have both asked some good questions about those things. And I think that if we have the answers to those questions, then we can, rather than saying maybe this or maybe that, actually settle on a number or an action that we think is, advisable. But the other side of it is you're asking to bring this to the Planning Commission to see if they, also what recommendations they will make, and they can make those independently of our advice as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, if we would take that information into a work session so that we could more specifically make a more specific ask of the Planning Commission, that makes sense to me. I also would be fine with taking the information that Sean requested and just asking that be included
in the package, right?
In the packet for the Planning Commission, and that we just take it to the Planning Commission for now.
Yeah, I mean, one question I ask myself is, I think I understand what the Planning Commission's charter is. And what we're talking about here is kind of a delicate balance between a lot of different elements in our community. And I wonder if this is really their charter to figure out, or if it might be ours, or maybe there's part of it's theirs and the rest of it's ours. I don't know.
I think we want to know what they think. And my guess is they'd want to tell us.
Yeah, the question in my mind is just whether or not we need to have another conversation so that the Planning Commission can be in a position to, know what we're looking for more specifically before they get started.
Right, and so there were two different things we just discussed, and with getting back to that one that you just mentioned, I really think that they can move on with the information that we brought up today and suggested be presented to them and factored into any advice, and then we'll have that information when we hear back from the Planning Commission as well. I don't think there's a reason for us to look at that and then tell the Planning Commission what we think they ought to think about
I'm fine with that. I think whatever data Fred comes back with, we don't have to have a meeting around it. We could just have Fred pass it on to the Planning Commission also. But right. I do think that I think it's pretty important to help inform what we do.
Completely agree.
Yep.
I'll definitely keep the board updated. This isn't like it's not like a rezoning application where I have to necessarily keep information from you while it's going to the Planning Commission, but I can certainly share the information as I get it. So you know what the Planning Commission is looking at. So, okay. Sounds good. That's all I have for you for today.
All right. Thanks, Fred.
Okay, thanks.
So the next item that we had was a 2 o'clock item, and that was moved from 11:20 that I didn't notice this morning when I just briefly addressed it. I don't know that there's anything we really need to take action on regarding the fire ban, because we didn't take any official BOCC actions to put it in place. And I know from what I've seen flying by that Carl and Rick are on it in the Forest Service in terms of undoing the things that need to be undone to come out. And the only place, and I know that the Forest Service was pretty active in contacting some of those other property owners and managers like Denver Mountain Parks and so forth before CPW, and I think they're already itching to come out. CPW is. I would only just, if our staff could just simply get with open space and make sure that those places are all, that we've opened those back up, effectively public lands, if we've agreed that that's where we're at. And it seems like the Forest Service and everyone else has. So it's
Frank,
just, go ahead.
Frank Young sent me a message today saying they're meeting about it tomorrow.
Great. Just so it's happening and they're in the loop. Good. And then otherwise, that was really all that was. And then otherwise we have county manager updates, and I see no reason to wait until 2:30 for those. And it was a pretty short and sweet thing that you sent over to us.
Yeah, thanks, board. Just a couple of quick items I wanted to cover. One was per our purchasing guidelines, I need to notify you that I made a decision relative to the execution of a contract with a firm called Omni. And this has to do with mental health survey that we wanted to get done before the end of the year. It's relative to COVID recovery. And we've got money, I believe it's coming out of the CARES fund or the CARES dollars, $20,000 maximum on the contract. And per our purchasing guidelines, I'm just to notify you that I went ahead and authorized the execution of this contract, mainly because typically we need to advertise to 3 different vendors. In this case, we only heard back from 2 vendors. So this is more of just a standard protocol thing, just letting you know that we went ahead with Omni on the contract. And in fact, I'm trying to get that contract signed today, hopefully. So it's more of just a procedural thing to let you know. The other one that I wanted to briefly talk about, actually I'm going to have George talk about it, was the opioid settlement. And George has been in communication with some of our surrounding counties regarding the opioid settlement region selection. So George, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you kind of explain what that is and what the discussions have been with these other counties.
Yeah, I think I'll just start by, I don't think we could describe this decision as a high stakes decision. There's not a ton of money involved. And we, as it stands right now, the intent is that if we found that there was another region we'd like to be a part of down the road, we have the option to switch. So that said, I'm putting the map on your screens. This is the current proposal for regional distribution of opioid settlement funds. Gilpin County they notified me yesterday, they've opted to move with Jefferson County into a region with Jefferson. As I see it, we have 2 options. And I've had 2 conversations. That region, Summit, Eagle, Pitkin Lake, we could be part of. Elizabeth Lawrence in Summit is kind of driving the bus on that. She says we'd be welcome to join that region if we so chose. Leslie Dahlkemper in Jefferson County is handling the Jefferson County side. She said the same thing. In terms of trying to understand our interests, I think I have some statements that are probably fairly obvious, and so I'll try to make them brief. We've got Jefferson County, of course, has JCMH, and their service area is Clear Creek and Gilpin. And so there are some potential pros and cons to that. Maybe there's some natural efficiencies associated with that. And JCMH may be a vehicle for the use of some of these funds. On the other side, I think tying yourselves to a community with 500,000 people when you have 10,000 people might make your voice or just the amount of resources you're allocated on a per population basis less than satisfying. I think we have some of that in our relationship with JCMH, historically speaking. Looking over to the west, those are communities that are similar scale of government, scale of community. So the working relationships might be a little more egalitarian. However, that's not where the lion's share of our constituents go for services. And so I don't really have a strong opinion on this one. And I'm really interested to hear what you all think.
What's the formula that decides who gets what, and what impact would it have in terms of whether we choose one cohort or the other?
The formula is based on demonstrated opioid impact in different areas. And so, for example, Clear Creek has very low documented opioid impact. I believe one of the counties in the region to the west of us was party to this lawsuit, so they put a lot of effort into documenting their impact. And so we might see, some more funds directed into that region on a, per capita basis. However, the same might be true for Jefferson County, knowing that they're urban.
I kind of see it in two different categories. One category is how do we get the most money out of this and make sure that we're treated as fairly as we can be. And then the second part is what do we do with the money after we get it? And I don't really see any problem with getting our money, working with someone in Eagle and Lake, and spending our money with JCMH if that's what turns out to be the best way to do it.
You know, my understanding is that the regions are kind of an administrative tool. It's a group of jurisdictions that will work together to determine what rules, if you will apply to the use of the funds and allocate them. So I think what I'm saying is I think that you're right. It's more a question of who you would effectively work with than it is where your vendor is to provide whatever service you're using the money for.
Yeah, and so my anecdotal answer, George, to this question is, I know Elizabeth, I know Leslie, I get along fine with them. I like both of them. My suspicion is Leslie will have far less time to address this. She had to step down from the JCMH board just because of all the other things that she's involved with that giant county. And if we're talking about having more interaction with a neighbor, I think it would probably be more likely to happen with Summit than with Jefferson County based on that.
Yeah, I hear both sides of it. I think we'll be hanging with people of scale that have more interest and more time and will show more energy into it. Divorcing ourselves from the function of the actual response, though, I mean, what we do about opioids, which tends to come from, from the Jefferson County side, is, is just a balancing portion. And whether those things coexist, all right, it could be that we can function within the Summit Lake Eagle Pitkin group, and maybe that's not important as in terms of where the actual service comes from to mitigate the address the problem. It's has more to do with funding management and policies and strategies, and then the actual execution of that can still happen from within our existing mental health network.
Well, how much money are we talking about? Has anybody given us any sort of a hint as to what dimension pile of money is at stake here?
It's not very clear, like at the regional level, because the formula is fairly opaque. So that's why we're like making some guesses about Pitkin County having been party to the lawsuit. And, you got to there's a lot of inferential logic there. So I don't think I have a great answer for you. Another element, this will be available for brick and mortar. Of course, we have a brick and mortar project here in Clear Creek County that we think can move the needle on this. And so at one time I was thinking maybe we just want to do whatever we think gives us the most autonomy.
The other thing that always comes up when we're talking about mental health related to or behavioral health in our community is crisis services that's unfunded. And this might be an opportunity to help address that. And I'm sure that they're at least somewhat related.
Gilpin County being neighbors with us, I think there's some benefit to being in the same region with Gilpin County because they share services. I think we can expect Gilpin County residents to use our facility that we're building. I think there's just kind of some natural alignment there. So I don't know that Gilpin County makes me feel like we have to join with Jefferson, but it leans me a little bit more in that direction, their decision.
Yeah, I honestly don't have a strong opinion one way or the other based on this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, I know you were helping me. We were talking a lot about this, trying to understand it. Do you have an opinion?
Well, I think I expressed it. I think you're going to have more voice with your neighbors to the west than with your neighbors to the east. And I think that's experience talking and just kind of the way things naturally work. So because I think this is these regions are really just made up administrative vehicles that the kind of relationship you traditionally had with your neighbors to the west is convincing to me.
Bob weighs in as the tiebreaker.
What was that, Sean?
I said Bob weighs in as the potential tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think I'm, as I'm thinking about this and listening and thinking about the players, I think, and I look at the title on this slide. It's a distribution of opioid settlement funds. I think I go with the west side.
Okay. Yeah, I think Bob broke the tie in my mind too.
This is Keith. I agree with Randy and Bob. I mean, if you think about how and what and when we interact with our neighbors to the west versus neighbors to the east, I think we have much more. I personally, anyway, have a much closer relationship with all the county managers to the west of us, and that's also the 5th Judicial District, which we're also a part of. So anyway, that's my suggestion or opinion.
And they come closer to sharing our general, neighborhood demographics. Granted, they're different in resort areas than we have been, but generally we're looking at a visitation with a lot of people coming to us and a smaller scale and a lot of things like that, that quite honestly, Jeffco, I mean, there's West Jeff, but Jeffco has an awful lot of urban orientation and the greatest part of their population is urban. So they have a different approach and a different large mass of responsibility to address that they'll always address first. So.
Okay, in terms of implementation, Bob, board, would you like me to communicate to CCI our preference, or would you rather that come from somebody else?
Sure, go for it.
Sounds like you're the man, George.
I better get on it before I forget to do it, huh?
Yeah. And speaking of, real quick, speaking of Gilpin County, I just received, and I forwarded the message on to all of you, but received a request from the Gilpin County manager that we hold a work session with the Gilpin commissioners in the next couple of weeks. Checking in with Beth, she suggested that it be on the I don't have a calendar in front of me, 24th, I think, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, because she indicates that the 17th agenda is pretty jam-packed already. Are you all okay doing a work session with Gilpin County commissioners on November 20? Let me make sure I get my dates right. 24th.
What's the topic?
They want to talk about shooting range. They want to talk about dispatch. They want to talk about Charlie's Place agreement and anything else that we want to talk about.
Okay, so did the request, we're talking about the shooting range on the 17th, I think, as well, because we got an update from our vendor. Am I correct?
Could be. I haven't seen an agenda for the 17th, but I know what you're referring to. And yes, I would assume that there's going to be a a work session just amongst you. I don't think Gilpin was involved in that discussion on the 17th.
Right. And I think that's a good discussion to get done first before we.
Yeah.
with
I agree.
Gilpin. Then we'll have a clue what we really think.
Yeah.
I think the human services FTE was another topic as
Right.
well.
That I knew there was, yeah, thanks, Sean.
Yes.
I also understand that the Gilpin County Commissioners have, oh no, this is Grand County, never mind, sorry, forget that. Never mind.
I can't forget what you didn't even say yet.
Yeah,
Well,
now
the
we're
Grand
here.
County Commissioners are interested in having a discussion at some point, or are interested in our making some adjustments to our Section 8 housing voucher program with them. And I just got my G counties mixed up, smashed together, blended, you know.
So
Well, is that just a matter of money?
Me, on the Section 8 thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't think it's a large issue. It's a small budget issue, as I understand it.
Yes, definitely. I'm sorry. I just thought it was that I got confused with which county we were talking about, and that's all.
Oh.
It wouldn't need to be a commissioner work session. I just thought I'm tripping over myself here, so never mind.
Yeah. Although, I mean, if the commissioners want to talk to us, I'm always open to that.
Yeah, if that was the ask, I would just as soon accommodate it.
Yeah, they wanted to arrange a contract that didn't have an upper limit on the number of Section 8 housing vouchers, Grant County process for us. And that's how they have the arrangements with other counties. And so I've just been working on putting a proposal together.
So we'll have Beth work on, I guess, 2 work sessions. It sounds like the most immediate is Gilpin County because they want to do it before Thanksgiving, and maybe we can accommodate it, both of them before Thanksgiving. But with that direction, I think we got what we need.
I think so. What else do we have on the agenda today?
That was it for me. Rick, did you have anything?
Can I be part of the meeting with the commissioners in Gilpin, or can you ask them? I got a call from the county or the Gilpin County Sheriff stating that we were going to JeffCom or incorporating with JeffCom. I have never said that. I'd like to know where that rumor is started so I can put an end to it, because that's not going to happen.
Yeah, well,
County.
I think there's been a miscommunication, Rick. I was talking to Linda about our costs overall in the county, and one of the costs was dispatch, and I just mentioned some of the jurisdictions had gone to JeffCom. I did not say that we were going to JeffCom or that we were even talking about it at a board level.
Okay, because that's the county sheriff called me last week about it, said he heard it from the county manager that we were going to JeffCom. And that was the first I've ever even heard of that. And there's a lot of years and years of discussion before we even.
He heard it. He heard it from their county manager, or
yes.
Okay.
Linda may have misunderstood what I said. I talked to Linda about that privately, and what she did with our conversation, I have no idea, but that's my guess at what happened.
All right, I want to try to figure out where it come from so I could stop it, because I don't know something like that getting out and about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess what I would say is, if I am not quite as closed-minded to that, and it's not my purview. I don't run the. I help with the other 2 commissioners decide what the sheriff's overall budget is. How you spend your money, Rick, is up to you. But a lot of other jurisdictions are achieving savings and getting better service by going to JeffCom. So I don't personally think we should completely categorically write it off. And that's all I'll say about that.
If that's the case, we need to talk about it before you really talk about it, because it's not better service that they're getting. I can give you 100 people that are not satisfied with going to JeffCom.
I'd like to suggest that we
can
have a work
debate
session
this
about that
sometime off the air or something if you want, but
Yeah. And just
We
to
really need to
repeat,
sit down and talk about it before the rumor gets started and I have to backtrack and put out fires.
yeah. Well, like I said, I never said we were going to Jeff Con. I think I just mentioned, well, I don't need to repeat myself. But
Yeah,
I appreciate your stance on that, Sheriff. And there has been a miscommunication, and I'll circle back with Linda to make sure she understands what's actually the truth on this side.
And Rick, just so you know, it's been a long, long time since we even had a discussion where we even talked about that at all. And you were there at the time. So, I mean, I've been involved in no discussions about that since a couple of years ago, whenever we last kicked it around a little bit. So just so you know.
Okay, so Bob, did you have anything else for executive session?
I want to talk about Gives Day real quick before we completely move off our county manager update. And I'd be happy to do that if we don't have anything else.
I have nothing else.
Okay. I met with Kelly Duncan, the CEO of Community First. I guess it was last week. And I asked her two things. Number one was, what can we do to take advantage of Gives Day and also take advantage of a very unique feature of the CARES Act that allows for people who do not itemize their taxes, which in Clear Creek, I would imagine is north of 90% of us, to make a $300, up to a $300 deduction contribution, charitable contribution to a public charity, and actually reduce their W-2 income from that. And long story short, and I forward this on to you, Keith, and I think Bob as well, and maybe Beth. There's a toolkit out there. It's super easy to do. It's something I think that we could accomplish in a very short period of time, probably like an hour or two of someone's time, to be able to essentially create. And the platform for Gives Day, we already have a fund with Community First, and all of that already exists. All we would need to do is the marketing on our side, using potentially the county website, if that's legal, Facebook, Twitter, blah, 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 right? So that's the $300. The other one was, what does it look like to potentially be an affiliate of the Community First Foundation, which is a much longer conversation. And essentially what Kelly is happy to do is to join us at a public meeting at some point in the future. And I believe the ball's in her court to work with Beth to figure out when that could be, to essentially bring on her chief financial officer and just have a really brief overview in terms of, what is a community foundation? What does their affiliate program look like? What would it get for Clear Creek? How much would it cost us? It would be essentially a work session where we would be just receiving information from them, having a chance to ask them questions, and that's that.
Okay, Beth, have you heard from Kelly at all? Beth?
I have too many screens open, sorry. I saw an email correspondence with her and Sean, and I'm just waiting to talk to her about, I think the 24th would be better, only because the 17th is so packed. So it's just so you guys have good quality time with her to listen and ask questions. So if that's okay with you guys, I could shoot for that day.
I'm assuming you're all in town on the 24th and you're taking Tim's advice and not traveling across country?
Zoom Thanksgiving here.
Yeah.
Same.
Okay, and Bob and I'll talk about the toolkit and the marketing, and we'll get, we need to get moving on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was reminded we got to get on that because Sean sent it last week.
Was there anything else, Sean, on that topic?
No. If we do have the opportunity to have a quick executive session about negotiations, I would like to do that, and if it's possible, if we're done.
I have the time. That said, therefore, I move that we move into executive session for the following purpose.
Where is it? Determining, discussion, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation or determining negotiating strategies pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub E. And let me quickly throw in personnel matters, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub F. And if there's time, conference with attorney for the public body for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to litigation pursuant to 24-6-402 sub 4 sub B.
Second.
I'll send out an invitation.
Great. Thank you.
All right, we will now move into executive session, and no written minutes will be kept of the session. And for archive purposes, because I don't believe we're coming back to public meeting, we have completed our executive session and no written minutes were kept of that session. So
Thanks,
I'll
everybody.
answer my email string to see if your email pops up with a link, Bob.
Thank you.